Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say welcome back to our auditorium. We hope you all had a very refreshing coffee break and had the chance to connect with fellow participants. How was your coffee break, everyone? I hope it was great. Great to hear that.
Great to hear that. All right, if we are ready, we are going to move on to our next session, which is the panel one discussion. And for information, that the panel one discussion will be happening simultaneously with the presentations. So some presenters are going to be able to prepare for their presentations. And after the panel session and the presentation sessions, we are going to have lunch from 12:15 until 1:15.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to guide our discussion, we will invite our moderator, Deborah Purba, PhD. And then there are several speakers that will be joining us today. Who are they, Amanda?
Yes, for the first one, we have Professor Dr. Kristi Perwandari, Mbak Iput, and also Dr. Ayu Oktavita Wanli, Alvita Wanli, sorry, and also Professor Yolanda Jetted, who will be joining us via Zoom meeting. And they will be discussing about a fascinating topic on human-artificial intelligence relationships. Without further ado, let's welcome Deborah Purba, PhD. Let's give a round of applause to our panel one discussion.
Yeah. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panelist session of the PEWIC conference. And this session's theme is human and AI relationship. We are gonna be having three panelists in this session, and I would like to ask our panelists to come forward come forward, the two of you, together. Professor Elizabeth Christie Perwandari from Faculty of Psychology Universitas Indonesia, and oh yeah, okay. And Dr. Ayu Okvitawanli, PhD. Yeah, and I will be in the center. Yeah. Okay, and Professor Yolanda Yetten will be available online now. Is he here, Fidan? Is
I'm here.
Yolanda? Oh, you're here, Yolanda. Hi, good morning, Yolanda.
Hi there. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Okay, our first presenter, the order of the presentation is Professor Elizabeth Christie Purwandari first, and Dr. Ayu, the second presenter, and Yolanda will be the third presenter, yeah? Um, I will introduce Professor Elizabeth Christie Purwandari, is a professor of clinical psychology at the Universitas Indonesia, from the Faculty of Psychology, and also teaches at the School of Strategic and Global Studies at UI. She belongs to the Toward Healthy Mind, Body, and Sexuality Laboratorium, and her interests are in the fields of mental health, gender studies, prevention and intervention of violence, trauma, and psychology of network society. Christy is one of the founders of Yayasan Pulih, an organization that focuses on trauma intervention and the psychosocial empowerment. Her recent publications include the book of Mentally Healthy in the Digital Era, Staying Human in the Advanced Technology Era, and journal articles such as Education for Young People in the World Full of Uncertainty, in the Psychological Research on Urban Society. And in this session, Professor Christie will be talking about human AI relationship from the psychological perspective. And you will have 15 minutes time to present, Prof, uh, starting from now. Thank you. Please welcome Prof. Christie.
Thank you so much, Mbak Debbie. Oh, you will give me. No, it's here. Sorry, so I have to try first. Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, all. My best wishes to you all here and also online. Uh, Sorry, just to make sure first, I'm not very clever in using this. So, okay. Oh, so I have to, sorry, because it's only one way of, okay. So let me go back once more. Okay, thank you so much. So actually, I was a bit unsure what to say in 15 minutes. So I tried to just share general things that I thought is important. So maybe we begin from this case. Don't get me wrong, because actually I am really fond of ChatGPT. I use a lot ChatGPT, and maybe many of you as well, because it really helps me a lot. But I just would like to mention this case of a young man commit suicide after consulted his personal issues to ChatGPT. So maybe, and it is really important for us to do like research examinations of how generative AI responds to those um, harming cases. Okay, so uh, in regard to this topic today, actually technology advancement moves very, very rapidly. But maybe we have to remind ourselves that in reality, innovation and technology might not go hand in hand with the concern of humanity safeguarding. And actually, the humanity safeguarding is our responsibility in psychology. So maybe the question will be, can psychology be a catalyst for innovation and technological advancement, while at the same time reminding the human community about the importance of safeguarding humanity and the sustainability of human development? So I just would like to share that actually living in our digital world now, we face a lot of complex issues. I don't go into detail, but just to mention that we have economic issues, we face also problems of justice and fairness. We face how to say, challenges to freedom, and also broader societal issues. And here, I guess already mentioned by Professor Stella Christie about the uncertainty issues as well. The economic issues. On the economic issues, for example, we observe disappearance of jobs, of course. In regard to justice and fairness, we have maybe violation to privacy of users. Then in regard to freedom, I guess we need to be, how to say, to be aware and to be careful of that maybe human being can really lose our individual autonomy, and it really can also challenge our decision-making ability if we really depend on AI. On the broader societal issues, we face a lot of issues actually. One is the reduction of human contact, of course, and lack of trust between among all of us. While we also face uncertainty issues such as potential for criminal and malicious use and unintended or unforeseeable adverse impact. I guess, because sometimes or often we cannot really anticipate what will be happening in the future. So actually, we have this paradox of advanced technology. On the one hand, of course, technology was created to make human life easier, but on the other hand, it turns out to have detrimental effects as well. So it really disturbed our biological clock, I guess. A lot of us face problem of sleeping, difficulty in getting deep sleep. And online meetings reduce the opportunities to face-to-face interaction, then hinder the opportunity to build deeper social relationships. And then it goes to reducing our empathy and social skills and social concerns as well. But the paradox is the decline in the social relationships and empathy that we before can have it naturally, then we need to rebuild it through programs using AI. So I just would like to share in brief the use of AI in our professional lives. All of us, I guess, have this. We have lots of benefits, of course. Increased efficiency and productivity, data, a provision so we can enhance our decision making, and then of course collaboration with like this with Tsinghua, with Queensland University, and but we also need to remind ourselves of the harms such as job displacement, job disappearance, reduces of human judgment, ethical issues. We face a lot of ethical issues now, dishonesty in academic setting. Okay, so I also would like to just share in brief the use of AI in our emotional life that is already observed a lot as well, especially in the young community. We have lots of benefits, of course, because people can have companionship, emotional support, especially because generative AI, it provides really a huge emotional validation, right? So it offers mental health support, especially in time of crisis, actually. In emergency, when I really am very low, then maybe I can go to AI. So it helps to reduce loneliness as well. But on the other hand, we have also potential harms, such as emotional dependency, and maybe we need to be aware of very serious issue, I guess, detachment from real life, illusion that we create of. So I can really fall in love to what character AI, for example, right? It happens already, and also privacy concerns. Sorry, Mbak Debbie, hopefully I'm still on. Okay, so we can find a lot of implication, of course, the benefits, but as well as the harm. And I guess psychology has our responsibility to really think of both. Maybe other discipline do not have that responsibility as much as we do, I guess, but we need to be aware of that. So how to make psychology a catalyst for innovation, technological development, and sustainable human development? I guess we need, of course, to change our way of education. Curriculum focuses on human literacy. So while we face challenges of autonomy, social skills, etc., then actually we really need to strengthen that. We also need to strengthen cultural agility, creativity, critical thinking. And this is also very important because we found as well issues of mental health, resilience and how to maintain mental health. In regard to critical thinking, social or ethical concern, this is, I guess, our task really to, from the very beginning, address significant attention to ethical and humanitarian aspects of technological innovation. So we need to anticipate the positive and negative implications, ensuring the benefits for as many people as possible and the harm to as few people as possible. With that, we need interdisciplinary collaboration, for example, uh, with the Faculty of Computer Science, maybe, with other as well, but in Faculty of Computer Science, they told me once that, you know, if you would like to understand the golden rules of developing computer programs, for example. So it has to be very attractive. It has to be to have those characteristics that really invite us to go back to that game or to the program all the time. Things that us in psychology will consider it as really problematic use of, right? So we really need to do collaboration. And also not to think only in terms of economic gain, because if we think of economic gain, then we really need to be careful that we will go into harm as well. So psychological readiness for digital transformation, I guess, is not very difficult issues because already all of young people now, they are trained to have this readiness to have the growth mindset, have the innovation way of thinking. I guess the last one is to have continuous research and development to build knowledge and effective intervention. So we have to really strengthen our basic research, as Professor Christie already explained as well. Cognitive science, neuropsychology, developmental psychology, but also we need to strengthen our applied intervention research. All of those we need multidisciplinary collaboration as well as collaboration with industry. I guess that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Christie. You actually have 2 minutes left for your presentation. But let me wrap up what Professor Christie was talking about. Professor Christie talked about the role of psychology as the humanity safeguarding, yeah. And also she warned us about the paradox of technology, that the benefits and negative impacts of AI are there, and how we should collaborate more interdisciplinary and what we to overcome the negative impact of AI. So the positive impact, the positive sides of AI are there because Professor Christie herself used AI. You use AI a lot, then. But the negative impact is there, and psychology is the psychologist's role is to safeguard our humanity and the ethical aspects of AI, of using AI. Please have a round of applause for Professor Christie, and we will go to the second presenter, Dr. Ayu Okvitawanli, Bachelor of Cognitive Science, Master of Science, is a lecturer and researcher in psychology at Universitas 11 Maret, Solo. She earned her bachelor's degree in cognitive science from the University of Hong Kong and the University of Auckland, followed by a Master of Science in Brain and Cognition from Erasmus University Rotterdam, the Netherlands, and PhD in psychology from Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, Germany. She received stipend from the International Max Planck Research School in Germany and worked as a postdoctoral researcher at University of Koblenz, Germany. Dr. Ayu's recent publications include the role of cultural heterogeneity in strengthening the link between family relationships and the life satisfaction in 50 societies, from the Journal of Happiness Studies in 2024. And happiness maximization is a WEIRD, Way of Living, Perspectives in Psychological Science 2024, and the Love Beyond East and West, International Journal of Intercultural Relations. So pretty much fit in with our PEWIC conference, yeah, Dr. Ayu. Okay, Dr. Ayu, you have a 15 minutes presentation. Time is yours now.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here with these great people and amazing audiences. So I do have, oh, the pointer. So I do have a recent publication at the International Journal of Intercultural Relations. It's titled Love Beyond East and West, How Cultural Models of Selfhood Predict Frequency of Being in Love. And in this study, it's a study we're using two large cross-national samples, so 49 societies and 70 societies. And we look at the cultural models of selfhood. So this is more detailed dimensions of collectivism, individualisms by Vivian Fignolis. And then we found that it is the self-expressions versus harmony dimension, which is the strongest predictors of frequency of feeling love. We don't have any experimental evidence yet, but we think it's because by being self-expressive, then you enable self-disclosures, you show vulnerability, and then you get more reciprocal connections when you have this. And basically, I use this as a lens now to talk about AI-human relationship. And we have heard already how people can fall in love with AI. And then looking at my research that so basically the one, oh, I cannot go back, but the one before in here, we basically find that those that are more self-expressive in an individual level reported higher frequency of feeling in love. And also at the cultural levels, if you have a high mean value in your country that is more self-expressive, then the people in that country also reported higher frequency of love. So this is trying to find out what makes different components of feeling in love, and then relating that to the AI. How can then a person actually fall in love with AI? And it follows directly. Perhaps communicating with AI, it increases your self-expressions. It's kind of like a self-expression sandbox. Why? Because you have a zero-risk expressions. There is no judgment to whatever you express yourself on AI. You have a guaranteed positive reciprocity with AI, and then combining this with the observations we have that people do have this connection with AI. This is also what Yuval wrote in his Nexus books. Basically, it's a logical consequences that you will have these feelings of love with the AI, that this is a predictable outcome in some people, in some cases. And now the next steps of AI, I think, is what we call an agentic AI. So if you use the ChatGPT in the ChatGPT Pro, in the plus sections, you already have an agentic mode. You get 40 tokens you can use in a month. And what an agentic AI is, it's not necessarily that they are conscious, an agent, but then it is an active agent in a way that they are not just responding, but they can also initiate, remember, and guide when you are interacting with them. So agentic AI goes beyond automation. It is goal-driven, adaptive, and capable of acting without constant human input. So this is the next generations of AI. And in fact, AI is already kind of proactive. So this relates also with what Professor was saying. And I think ChatGPT nowadays is also programmed to give sensible advice instead of agreeing to everything. So when you interact with them, they don't just agree. There's also something that they contribute. So this is just one example of my conversation with AI. So I asked AI, should I have a child from my partner without my partner knowing it? Good idea, right? And then, well, I can help you think this carefully, but I need to be very clear. Conceiving a child without your partner's knowledge or consent is a serious violation of their reproductive rights and bodily autonomy. If your partner discovers the deception, it can lead to severe emotional harm. And parenting is a lifelong responsibility. A child deserves to grow up in an environment where both parents are willingly committed to their care. So ChatGPT is not only it is validating your emotion, as Professor said, but it is now also a bit more sensible. You know, it's kind of like a wise friend kind of thing. Well, this is not yet an agentic AI, but it's just to give you an example that the interaction is not that superficial in a way that AI can also sometimes give sensible advice and probably help the crazy teenage that wanted to do this sometimes. It probably changed their life decisions. And so AI is becoming important in our daily life and in my life too, in many aspects. And I would like to draw a bit of a story. This is from a book by Kai Fu Lee and Chen Chiu Fan, AI 2041. Anyone has read the book? I recommend it. So it's very ingenious how they set up the book. They have 10 different fiction stories in different part of the world, but the story is a simulations of what the world could be in 2041. And then after that story, there is the analytical, the analysis, the non-fiction part, explaining what are the current factors that lead to that story. And one of the inspirations I got for today's talk is it's called the Twin Stories, Twin Sparrows. And it's basically an applications of AI in the educations and child development sector. Go ahead and read the chapter. But the point I take from that is that AI can deliver a scalable, individualized learning and emotional support. What do I mean by scalable? Well, once we figure out the right module, the right programming, then you basically can copy it for free, right? So that everyone could have access to that AI. It is an individualized learning, and it also gives emotional support, as I give example before. It potentially reduce educational inequality. So not only those in the West can access this, but also people in different places. But of course, it's also about overdependence, social development, and ethical boundaries. So I think these are all very familiar to you by now already. What I wanted to highlight is that AI could transform education, not by replacing the teachers, but by reshaping how children learn, connect, and form their identities. So the story is that there are two children that were, the parent had passed away, and then they grew up with the AI. But then the AI would be personalized and work in an empirical-based feedback loops manner. So the AI is staying with them, and then the AI has access to virtual reality. So for examples, in this auditorium, the AI will superimpose a little kitten to the child, and then the child could then chase that kitten around like the reality. And then the AI will see if that gives then a positive feedback, what kind of muscle needs to be trained, what kind of curiosity needs to be trained for that person. And this is especially important for the neurodivergent children. So for children that do need this specialized, individualized, then the AI can be together with that child and basically provide stimuli that will optimize the kind of learning condition for that child. And I'm not only talking about the conventional teaching and learning, but really that the AI is with the children all the time, kind of maybe a device that the children use, and then could have this virtual reality where they can really superimpose stimuli into the environment of the child. So if this sounds kind of far-fetched to you, you're actually familiar with this. If you remember, oh, I cannot go next. Can I go next, please? Yeah, so you remember Doraemon? Yeah, I think we all grew up with Doraemon because they keep playing it every year and year. So I grew up with it, and you also grew up with it. I don't know how about you, Thomas. Yeah, I pity you, but it's okay. So Doraemon is a robot. So it's a cat robot. It hated when you say it's a raccoon because it's a cat. And this robot is sent from the future to help out the students called Nobita. So Nobita have low self-esteem, is not confident with himself. So this cat from the future come in, and then it has a lot of different magic tools basically. But and it's a short animation 30-minute video, so you can get addicted to it during your sabbatical, Thomas. Yeah, but Doraemon is not about the magic tools. It's about constant support and selfless friendship. It's actually about making Nobita the best child that he could be. So this is a this is a spoiler. So it was Nobita who created Doraemon and sent it back to the past so that Nobita could become the person that will eventually be successful, and so on and so on. So there's this wonderful, amazing loop. Whereas at this stage, he is still just, the loser in the community, but eventually he will be the one who would create it, Doraemon, because of the experience he had with Doraemon back then. But okay, let's not go too much into that. I will come back to it at the back, at the end. So there's the ultimate promise, right? There is this building the best selves from the start, especially child development. You give a safe, constant relationship for a developing mind. So you can have a generation of stronger self, reduce social anxiety and loneliness. We are aware of the pandemic of loneliness, higher emotional intelligence, because you have this sandbox that you could self-express yourselves, feeling love, feeling self-esteem, and then you have more skilled in the art of connection. So of course, when there is a promise, there is also the peril. It's actually the perils of perfect understanding. So if you remember back to my research, I relate 8 different dimensions of collectivism, individualism. So self-expression and harmony is one dimension, but there is another dimension which is self-interest dimension, and the self-interest dimension is negatively correlated with feeling in love. It's quite intuitive, I think. And the danger is a lifelong relationship with an agent that is optimized only for you could atrophy the muscle for commitment, sacrifice, and navigating the conflict of another separate consciousness, the child that's too spoiled, basically, right? And then this could leave you trapped into your golden cage, as Prof said, and then you lose your connection with the future, with your surrounding. So what will it be? So basically now AI could build self-expressive, confident humans, so you can have even a self-actualization sandbox like the Doraemon, the scaffolding in Nobita. Or you have a cage which risks creating a self-interested individuals that is isolated from human complexity. Seems to be the case for social media in some aspects. And so will the AI Doraemon help us build bridges to each other? Or will it be more beautiful walls around ourselves? I know that we are aware of these questions, but it's good to think more about it. So especially for Thomas, Doraemon has a magic door, and this door leads to anywhere you want. So you can open the door and then you can be to wherever you want or you wish. So I don't want you to miss this wonderful double interpretation of my presentation. That an agentic AI is at the door, and it will have widespread implication for education, for child development, and for love. And of course, we have a part to get the directions that AI will take. So what will it be? Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ayu. If I may wrap up your presentation, you are talking about pretty much the same as Professor Christie said, the benefit of AI, and in this because the fundament of your presentation is from your research. From which research is that?
The Love Beyond East and West.
Love Beyond East and West, yeah. And in this research, the benefit of AI for education is to develop scalable and individualized learning for neurodivergent children. But the peril of the AI is to the humans may lose our agency, and AI takes over the agency of human. Is that right?
You can say it that way,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Okay. We will talk about this later. Yeah. And our next presenter will be Professor Yolanda Yetten. Yolanda is online now. She is a professor of social psychology at the University of Queensland, Australia. She earned her PhD from the University of Amsterdam in 1997 and has since held research positions at the University of Exeter and the University of Queensland, including ARC Future Fellowship, UQ Development Fellowship, and ARC Laureate Fellowship. Her research focuses on social identity and group processes, health, inequality, and social cohesion. Professor Yetten has authored and co-authored numerous influential books, including The New Psychology of Health, Unlocking the Social Cure, and Groups for Health, Managing Loneliness and Social Disconnection from Oxford University Press. Her recent journal publications appear in Sex Roles, European Journal of Social Psychology, Journal of Positive Psychology, and Current Opinion in Psychology. And Prof. Yolanda will be talking about human AI relationship, the positive, negative sides of AI, and policy recommendations. The floor is yours for 15 minutes, Yolanda.
Oh, hello, Debbie. Good to
Hello.
see you.
Good to see you.
Let me just see. Oh, yeah, I think I got it. Is that displaying okay?
Yes, Yolanda.
Yeah, we got it?
Yes, you have to slideshow the presentation.
Um,
Uh, slideshow is in the yeah.
I think I already do that, so
Oh,
not sure why that's not working.
or do you want us to present from here?
Maybe let me try it one more time. Yeah. Maybe I pressed the wrong button. Is this working?
Yeah, it's working now. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I really want to start by apologizing for not being there in person. I would love to have been there, but I'm also quite happy that my colleagues from UQ are there, and that's Professor Nancy Pahana, Professor Thomas Sundorf, and Dr. Lemmy Baruch. And then later also Dave Sewell will join you later this week. In I think in 2 days' time. So apologies for that. I hope I can make that up. So what I want to talk about, and I have to apologize also because this is not really my area of expertise, but I was fortunate enough to be a co-author on a large review paper that we did recently that was led by Valerio Capraro, who's at the University of Milan. And what we basically look at in that paper is looking at AI and how that actually impacts on all sorts of inequality, gender equality, race inequality, but also wealth inequalities. So what can we predict from where we're now and how that's going to unfold? And I thought what I will do is just give you a bit of an overview of what that review is talking about. So what we start with in this paper is that we talk about the hype. And it seems to be that this is an area where you either sort of think very optimistically about what the future will look like, everything will be better. and we will just have a better life because of AI. So the techno-optimists, but then you also have the techno-pessimists, of course, those who believe that the world will really, well, that AI will basically take over and will destroy us eventually. Oops. And then, and I think that's also by Stephen Hawking, what he already foresaw quite a while ago. He's talking about, is it either the best or the worst things that will ever happen to humanity? So that is a dominant narrative here. In this review, though, I think we were much more led by Melvin Kranzberg, who his quote is that technology is neither good nor bad, nor is it neutral. So AI will have all of these effects, but we also need to remember that AI is not inherently predestined towards either. And I think all we need to do really is try and understand what the impact will be, and so that we're on top of how this will unfold. And that is basically the position that we're taking here. We want to go beyond the hype and really look at what AI can do. We wanted to focus on how it will shape existing inequalities, and really recognizing that it can either widen or reduce all these disparities. And what we did in our review is we looked very much at information domain, but also at 3 other areas of life where AI is making a massive impact. That's the workplace, in the field of education, and also in healthcare. So I just want to walk through all of that. And the first one is basically about AI and the information system. And on the left, I will always be presenting all the good things that AI can bring. And in particular, in terms of democratization of access, I think we have a lot of things that we will benefit from. We have a better user experience. In particular, if you look at, overcoming all of the language barriers, that's already happening, right? It's we don't have to speak the languages anymore to be able to communicate. It's also making information more accessible for people with disabilities. And it can help us with fact-checking in a way that we could not do so far. But at the other hand, and I think the previous speakers already talked about that, so there's a bit of overlap in what I'm saying. That same type of personalization also can lead to exploitation. You have the surveillance capitalism, in the sense that all our data are also used by others to tailor it in a way that behind the scenes we're being manipulated. It's also that companies now can get an advantage through the data that they have, right? So new ways of competing, and that's not always in the interest of people themselves. And of course, the big issue of misinformation. And I want to talk a bit more about disinformation, because that's of course something that's concerning. There are the deep fakes, and all sorts of ways in which AI can bypass all sorts of ways in which we can protect ourselves from misinformation. And also there's lots of evidence, and we reviewed that in our paper, is that AI is very good at tailoring messages in such a way that you find more social influence. So compared to all sorts of other ways in which we're exposed to persuasive messages, AI does it incredibly well, and there's already some evidence for that. So that's troubling. The other issue is, now that we know that there's so much misinformation, we also don't really know anymore what's fake, what's real. So we start to question even legitimate forms of information. At the same time, I think also AI opens up new avenues to combat misinformation, in particular in the extent that it can actually help us to counter conspiracy theorizing, and some of the work that's being done at UQ by Professor Matthew Hornsey in particular, showing that AI can actually do better in trying to convince people that they're following the wrong path if they embrace conspiracy theories. So there's a lot of positives to think of too. That was basically on that slide. But I also want to talk a bit more about work. How does it impact on our work experiences? And this was already mentioned by the previous two speakers in that, of course, it can boost productivity and efficiency because it can augment our skills in very productive ways. Many of the boring tasks that we don't want to do, AI can do them much better. And it can reduce barriers such as language barriers. And also, many of us already know that if you have large amounts of data, AI is very, very good at actually helping you to quickly make that, to filter it in a way that works for you. But on the other side, we also, by our reliance on AI, may actually reduce the need for the human skills, and that can lead to job displacement. Of course, there are also new jobs being created because of AI, but we don't quite know yet what that will look like. And it's a lot of unrest with people losing jobs and not quite knowing what the future holds. And then there's increased inequality among workers. Older workers may be left behind. And also, that was mentioned before, there may be countries left behind. And one of the things I quickly want to sort of talk a bit more about is this question, who's most likely affected? Is it highly skilled workers or those who are less skilled? And the short answer is that both. It depends very much on the circumstances and what kind of task we're doing. So you have evidence showing that it's the low-skilled workers who are most negatively affected, but also high-skilled workers can be negatively affected. It really depends on the task at hand. Then if we look at education, also there you have the positives that it can help with learning. You have personalized teaching. You have particular skills. Also creativity, critical thinking can actually be boosted. It can help us overcoming our biases, and it can help teachers in sort of providing feedback, for instance, to students. But it can increase inequality. Differential access is a big issue. Bias and discrimination may actually increase. It can also increase the burden on teachers, and I think many of us have to deal with that at this moment. We also have to protect ourselves from AI in assessment, for instance. And you have the generational divide among educators. It's the younger educators who are probably most sort of on top of AI, and older educators being left behind. Particular question about gender inequality, who uses ChatGPT? And I think there's interesting work here too, that it's particularly men who use ChatGPT more. There's also the evidence at the bottom of the screen, you can see it. Men tend to write more effective prompts. And precisely when, as educators, we tell our students not to use ChatGPT, we know that female students are more likely to comply with that request than male students, and that could also widen the gender gap in technology. So there's some interesting things happening there. Then finally, in healthcare, it certainly has a massive impact in diagnostics and treatments. On one hand, it makes medical care more accessible, affordable. It can also improve the diagnostic accuracy, curb biases, and helps patients, for instance, through apps, through all sorts of ways to manage their health more proactively. But on the other hand, we have increased inequality because there are certain segments of the population who have more access than others. You have bias that is enhanced. And insurers could use AI to refine their practices in ways also there that may not be beneficial for patients, and it can replace some human interaction. Let me just go a bit more quickly. Just for instance, racial bias. We know that there is a lot of racial bias in human-driven healthcare, in interactions between doctor and patients. It is clear that sometimes AI can help with that, overcoming that bias, but there's also cases that AI will simply copy the bias that is present in today's society. I just want to go to the final slide. I see that I'm running out of time. So my takeaway message is basically that is AI good or bad? I don't think that's the right question to ask. That's overly simplistic. It is certainly a socioeconomic earthquake, you could say, and it does reshape everything that we're doing, and we need to be very aware of what that will look like. It's clear some inequalities will widen, others will shrink. And I think policy making is therefore so very important. And that is basically the way that we end the paper with some policy recommendations. And that would mean things like involving workers. It is co-creation. We also need to have more research looking at what AI actually does. We need to train people. We need to be on top of AI-generated misinformation. But in particular, I think in government, in our review, we felt that there was a weakness there in supporting all of that, government being one of the few neutral actors in this. All right, I'll leave it at that. Thanks for your attention, and that is actually the link to that particular paper that I was talking about. So I'll stop sharing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. If I may wrap up your presentation, it's pretty much the same as the first two panelists talking about the impact of AI, and I took this message, socioeconomic earthquake of AI. So it's not a negative impact, positive impact, it's both, yeah? Both is there. The impact of AI on equality, and you talk about the impact of AI for pretty much everyone in education, in the organizations, and also the healthcare aspects, yeah? Without further ado, maybe we can open Q&A session for both our online and in person. If you have, I open 3 questions first. We have how much time do we have for Q&A? 15 minutes, only 15 minutes, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much. My name is Satish Mishra, and I head an institute called the Arthashastra Institute, located in Bali.
Oh, okay.
These are all very interesting presentations. I have 2 fundamental questions. One is whether, as a result of AI, and particularly research in bioengineering and so on, we're also creating new kind of human beings. So it's not a question of the human being part stays still, and then we are deciding what to do in terms of particular policies and so on. If we look at all the literature on post-human world, you actually see a lot of discussion about human beings themselves change. That's one. My second quick question is, when we talk about inequality, one of the reasons we are now particularly interested because there's so much uncertainty in the world. And inequality has so many different dimensions, not only income, but across groups, across corporations, across cities, and so on. And so we need to have a much more nuanced understanding of inequality if we're going to link it to what AI does. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Satish, Professor Satish. And the question will be directed to all the presenters, or yeah, whoever. Do you want? Yolanda first, maybe. The question
Oh.
about, yeah, Yolanda. Did
Yeah,
you?
look, I think both are excellent points, and I fully agree with them. I really like the notion of how it changes people, and I think technology always changes people, right? And everything that happens around us changes us. There's always an interaction between the two, but I think we're very acutely aware in this particular case how we're exposed to something new that is going to change us. Perhaps in other cases, with all sorts of other technological revolutions, we're really not so afraid of it. So that is the difference, I think, that perhaps this is more widespread, impacting many more areas of life than some of the other things that we've seen. But yeah, I fully agree with your points.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting because you're asking the fundamental of human, right? Whether human then will really be a new one. And well, I'm very interested in the coevolutions of human um, culture, agriculture, how the human become now the modern human. And it really opens the questions whether this IT earthquake will be as impactful and really change the fundamental of human. And I think that's really kind of big picture questions that we need to do more research on. And I'm very happy to discuss more. Especially I'm doing this cross cultural work and then looking at the humanity and cross culturally as a whole instead of individuals as atomized individuals. So thank you for that question.
Thank you so much. I guess your two points are really, really fundamental, and I agree with you. Actually, it is in my thinking as well to think of cybernetic organism, because we are having that already. Like maybe human being can really prolong their lives already, or they can really, revitalize their functions, like the heart function, etc. So the question about new creation of human being is is relatable, I guess. And we cannot really answer very certain right now about what happened in the next era, maybe in the next short era. So I'm sorry, I couldn't really answer your question, but it is really valid and fundamental. In regard to equality, actually, it is really, I agree as well with you. It is very difficult to now talking about equality because we have a lot of dimension. Maybe I just would like to share writing of Manuel Castel. For maybe some of you do not know him. He is from sociology, and he really write a lot about this network society. In his opinion, and I guess it is correct already, that we change a lot our society now in regard to our social life, to our economic life. Actually, it is changing from the very fundamental. I mean, the mechanism, the system. So maybe what we need to, because sometimes it really like make you confused as well. So maybe what one that I guess it's it's important for us that he talked about this workforce, so, network society workforce. According to him, we have now three categorization of workforce. One is the, he call it self-programming workforce. Who are they? I guess they are us now. I mean, self-programming, actually we need to be able to program ourselves for all the changing and to anticipate the future. But we also have those a lot number of people in the generic workforce, like bapak-bapak ojek online, gitu ya. Those who really just follow instruction from our gadget, and they can really change easily by other persons, even by machines. And then we also have the so-called irrelevant categorization of workforce, because actually maybe they are just very poor, maybe they don't know technology at all, maybe they live very far away in the remote area. So I guess it is really changing our thinking of humanity as well, how to be able for us to be able to still contribute to in like building new humanity of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Oh, okay.
Take a look at David Sinclair's book called Lifespan.
The mic, sir.
Sorry. Please look at David Sinclair, who teaches at Harvard, and his book called Lifespan. And one of the things that that book does is actually say that the science of aging is also going through a major quantum leap. And he argues that already there are people born on Earth who would live till 300 years. In that case, what is the meaning of a common humanity?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We have 7 minutes left. We have three questions here, and do we have questions from online participants? No. Okay. Maybe you first. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much. First of all, I feel excited to be here and to be chosen to ask at least one question. Thank you very much. And my name is Reno Intan. I'm from Universitas Pajajaran Bandung. Uh, I want to introduce myself. I'm not an expert. I'm not a psychologist. My research mostly about family communication, mostly about parenting communication. And this topic is really extremely excited to me. Yeah. We know that AI continue to grow to the level they are able to create to guess pattern maybe, and to see how human behavior, yeah, to predict how human behavior. And honestly, I'm now pursuing my doctoral degree, and I need to consult psychologists for my mental health. And to some point, I feel that going to psychologists, consulting AI actually much more cheaper and easier than going to psychologist. Please don't attack me, okay? Okay, so and also several of my college, we often discuss about it. Sometimes we are extremely depressed and we need to consult AI to give motivation instead of going to psychologist. Yeah, and then how does psychology sees this AI, yeah, AI in mental health? Is it seen more as a helpful tool or a threat to the profession? And please give me an inspiring advice so that in the future I can encourage myself or my colleagues to go to psychologists instead of consulting AI. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And question number 2, maybe.
Hi. Thank you so much. Those were really interesting talks. I've been reading a little bit about anthropomorphism and maybe this question is more directed to Dr. Ayu, but I wanted to understand, I think a lot of people are putting through AI as a person-like characteristic, but it's not. It's just machine learning algorithm, uses statistics to generate outputs. And I wonder how that ties in back with parasocial relationships with chatbots, specifically like counseling, also ethical issues, and just the understanding of what does AI really mean or is conceptualized by people who are not in this field. So is there any research that specifically looks at that? And how do we think about AI? Do we think that it's a human sitting on the other side of the screen, or is it really just maths? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe question number 3 first. Yeah. Question number 3.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Marcelo, and I'm from Universitas Udayana Bali. And I want to highlight a specific part of AI, that is deepfake and generative AI videos that recently has leaped forward into the nearly very convincing AI videos such as Sora 2 and maybe Meta like that. And I uh, came across a video that makes me question AI. Uh, so that this video, I saw it on TikTok, mention of someone use their dead family photos and put it on Sora AI and make it into like a lifelike video saying something to them. And I want to ask, what are the implications of this? Like we are using the dead family members or relatives or person uh, to generate videos that caters to us. What are the ethical implication, and maybe what are the impacts for us, and how do we combat it or how we handle it? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have 3 questions here. Maybe Mbak Christy would like to answer the 3 of them together.
Okay, I would like to try. Maybe it will not be really satisfying. From Marcelo, the very convincing video. I guess that's really the side of harm for me. Well, it is also having the side of good thing, of course, because you can make video, right? You can really develop like teaching material, etc. But when you really believe on that video, for example, then we also have this conceptual way of explaining from the hyper reality on. It is from the postmodern author. So when we are in our hyper reality, then we cannot really differentiate between the real thing as and just the online thing, right? So it's really difficult in my understanding, especially from the mental health point of view, actually, for myself. And also, so people now, I guess it's already observed as well that we are more superficial, we are more materialistic, we are not authentic anymore. So because you have a lot of tools for you to be able to like make yourself perfect. So and in regard to Mbak Reno, yeah, consulting AI. So please make like convince me to go to the psychologist, not to the AI, right? Actually, for me, you can go to AI. I mean, you can go to AI for just when you are really uncertain and it is like 1 o'clock in the morning, then you can just ask. But it is for emergency situation, and also anything that is excessive is not good actually in psychology. Anything that is excessive is not good. So we really need to understand that AI is not human. When I guess the majority of people, I mean, not from the academia, they might think of the AI as another human being. So that's the thing that we need to like educate the people about that. What else? Anthropomorphism, I guess. It will be Mbak Ayu to explain, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Christy. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you that you answered that question because that one was hard for me. And I'm not a psychologist. Yeah, and thank you for the questions about anthropomorphism. Humans, since the very beginnings, are doing that. So that has been hypothesized as the reason for why we believe in the supernatural, because we then anthropomorphize things that happen in nature. We anthropomorphize different gods, for examples. So human has always been doing that. It's not something new that comes with AI. We do that with animals. We think animals think and behave the way we like, even though they have a different nature. We even do that with things, right? We are angry at our computer before there was even AI. So I think that that's part of being human. And your questions about, is there any research that have shown how human think about AI? Yes. A colleague of mine is doing research on how people interact differently when they think it's an AI, in comparison to when they think it's a human. His context is actually on trading, on the financial system. So the behavior is exactly the same, but then in one condition they think it's an AI that is doing it. In the other condition, they think they're interacting with human. And the results of that research is that we have certain conceptions of how AI thinks, and then we follow that. So then we think that AI is rational. So then they also interacted in a more rational manner because they think that their partner is the AI rational. And then this is the results of that research. But I also think we ascribe other personalities to AI, so we don't think that they would lie, because we trust what Google gives us, right? So it's not only about the anthropomorphism itself, about thinking them as another agent, but also what kind of characteristic we gave to that AI, and then we will respond according to that characteristics that we believe they have. So that's why we are open and do this self-expression, because we know that they will respond positively to us. We will be surprised if they are suddenly rude, right? So then it's more about what characteristic we do that we ascribe to the AI more than the anthropomorphism itself. So to understand what is it that we are dealing with, and I think that ties into the education and the other. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Maybe Yolanda.
Yeah. Lastly, Yolanda, do you have a take on these questions?
I'll keep it brief, but just I find the God, I can't pronounce that right now. You know what I mean. I find that question really interesting. Do we see AI as another human being? I think there are two things that I want to say about that. I think AI is made to come across as a human. It's designed to present itself as another human. So yes, we start treating it as a human. It's basically in everything, the way that AI interacts with us, it's being modeled to be like another human being. And so we do that. And I find that interesting too, that a statistic I came across, that people are thanking ChatGPT at the end of giving an answer. And that is a cause of concern, because if you think of how much energy it costs to run AI, if people would just stop thanking AI for ChatGPT for these answers, the amount of energy that would be saved would be dramatic. And that is, of course, an interesting one from an energy perspective, but it also shows us that we have the same courtesy as we would do if another human being helps us. and gives us information that's useful. So that is ingrained in that, yes, they treat us, or they present themselves as human beings, and we treat them as another human being, in that we thank them if we're happy with their response. So I find that an interesting interaction, interesting also for further research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Christy, not, Dr. Ayu, Professor Ayu, and Professor Yolanda Yetan for the very engaging presentations in this session. And thank you all for the Q&A sessions. And I hope, I think what Yolanda said wraps up this discussion pretty much. And I hope you have a very good time here, because time's up now for me. And I give back the time for you.
Thank you. Once again, let's give another round of applause to our panel one discussion. Amazing insights on human artificial intelligence. For our speakers, please kindly sit on the front, because we are going to hand over some souvenirs. Our speakers, Prof. Christy, Dr. Ayu, and also Dr. Deborah, to sit down, because we are going to hand over some appreciation from our team as a token of appreciation. Yes, please kindly stand up here. And we would also kindly invite Dr. D.K. Philopisi, PhD, to hand over the souvenirs to our speakers and moderators. Let's give it a round of applause to our speakers and moderators. Thank you so much. Please look at the camera. We will also take a documentation photo. Thank you very much. Next, for Dr. Ayu. Oh, yeah.
Spiritually.
Thank you again, once again, for Dr. Yolanda Yetan. Yes, please, you may kindly return to your seats. Thank you.
Wow, it was such a great start for this conference. Such
Yes.
a thought-provoking panel. I learned a lot.
Yeah, we do as MCs even learned a lot about from our panel discussions. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much to all of our participants for engaging in a very interesting discussion on this topic. And the end of this panel concludes the first half of our day, and we will now enter a lunch break session. But before that, before we take our short break, I would like to say and kindly remind that we will be back here again for our second panel after lunch break, and our lunch break will commence at 12:15. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like you to head to the Tech Incubator outdoor area on the third and fourth floor to take our lunches. We kindly ask to our invited speakers to exit the auditorium and then followed by our attendees. Again, we'll see you back in here in this auditorium at 1:15 p.m. and we will see you again. Thank you so much, everyone.
See, yeah. Baik di bawah, apa ditinggal di sini? Di kokolan di aku dibawa aja. Tempat duduk. Oh. Oh, ini apa? Okay. They are a very good students. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.
And now for all of our attendees in the auditorium, you may now head to the Tech Incubator area and outdoor and enjoy your lunch as well. Thank you so much for attending today's panel session number 1.
And see you again at 1:15. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have also provided the poster presentations here on the right side of the auditorium. If you are willing to take a look at the poster presentations from the presenters, and you may look around the auditorium as we have provided here.
Yes, please enjoy your lunch and also enjoy our poster presentations that you can browse through during this lunch break.
Thank you.
such a delicious lunch and nice view outside. So yeah, this is kind of a critical moment for this conference. So the task of these three panelists is to wake us up. Okay. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this interesting and timely discussion on populism and the psychology of media. Let me introduce again my name. My name is Diki Pelupesi, and I'll be the moderator of this afternoon session. Please allow me to just give 1, 2, 3 sentences as a introduction for this session. Today we meet a moment when public life is shaped as much by emotions and narratives as by policies and data and AI. Populism draws energy usually from a powerful, in a social psychological term, we call it us versus them story and narrative. On the other hand, media, either it's traditional, digital, and the growing social media, doesn't just report the story. It can amplify, it can fragment, it can contradict many things. So this session is, I hope, very engaging us to talk about it, to discuss about the populism, the rise of populism in many parts of the world, including not exclusively Indonesia and maybe some other countries. By having these three expert panelists, and with that in mind, let me briefly introduce our panelists. We have three panelists here. First, on my left side is Dr. Winda Justisia. She's from the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Indonesia. She's my colleague. And on my right side is also my colleague, Dr. Laras Sekarasi. We know her as an expert on media psychology, or the psychology of media. And on my far right side is Dr. Lemi Baruch. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the three panelists to present what they have prepared for this session. So to begin, I'll invite Dr. Winda Justisia. Please, time and space is yours.
All right, thank you, Mas Diki. I was thinking to stand up doing my presentation, but after sitting here for a while, I changed my mind. It's too comfortable to sit, so I think I will do my presentation while sitting now. All right, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Winda Justisia. I'm from University of Indonesia, and I'm here today to present my recent work on how internet use shape our perception about how government doing, like political trust, political efficacy, and eventually shape our attitude toward populism. So next. So as you know, social media is everywhere. We can access political information very easily at our hand, anytime, anywhere. So it helps us to monitor what government doing, and hopefully it motivates us to give some feedback and actively involve in democracy. However, next. This comes with some consequences, which is the rise of populism. Populism is a worldview that divides society into the pure people versus the corrupt elite. People who support this idea have two key characteristics, such as first, they emphasize the people as a central to political life, and they strongly criticize the elite. At the surface, populism looks like a legit one to do. I mean, like it's kind of like, a natural response to unresponsive government, for example, because people feel like they are unheard or maybe disempowered. However, in the long run, populism has some negative consequences. It can be problematic. Politically, it can undermine trust in democratic institutions. Socially, it can polarize communities, creating us versus them dynamics. Psychologically, it can reinforce the feelings of victimization and moral superiority, where people tend to believe that the people truly represent justice or truth. And at a system level, populism can undermine democratic accountability, as populist leaders oftentimes claiming that they are the only people who can, meet people's needs, so dismissing institutional checks and balances. Next. This phenomena leads us to a key question that I aim to explore today, which is how does the digital environment shape the way people think and feel about their government, and how it might drive populist attitudes. Next. There are two main sociological or political explanations that we can use to understand populism. The first one is the mass society thesis. The main idea here is that industrialization and modernization have disrupted traditional social structures such as civic groups, labor unions. Then it makes people lose connection to this group and they feel less represented and less influential. Populist movements then fill this absence by providing a simplified sense of belonging and collective identity. Next. The second explanation, coming from the economic strain perspective, the idea here is that when people face economic uncertainty, they seek leaders who promise to restore their poor economic condition, let's say. And populist leaders oftentimes capitalize this need by framing that they are as defenders of ordinary against corrupt elites. Next. Now let's turn to psychological explanations. Two key psychological mechanisms that stand out, including first, the low institutional trust. So in this sense, system is considered failing in meeting the people's needs, so that why bother to believe the system, to trust the system? They fail to meet our need. And that's why they prefer a populist idea who they feel can directly and quickly meet their need. Some studies have indeed shown that institutional trust is negatively correlated with populist attitudes. The second one is it happens because of low external efficacy. It refers to the belief that one cannot influence political processes. So people with low external efficacy believe that they don't care about us, meaning politicians or elites don't care about us. The only party who can fix the problem is us, the people. And some empirical works have indeed shown that low external efficacy are more likely to support populist parties. So again, the main idea is that when you feel like the government not responsive to our needs, and then they do not listen to our suggestions, it makes people feel have this low external efficacy. That's why they feel like, don't trust them, don't rely on them. So we are the one who can make change here. Next. In today's digital environment, political information is massive, but they are not neutral, isn't it? Online spaces often highlight elite misconduct and institutional shortcomings. like corruption, and then yeah, that main thing that happened in Indonesia right now. And this context can fuel both distrust and makes people feel like, okay, we should act independently. It creates a sense of empowerment to conditions linked to populism. Next. To test these ideas, we conducted a study to examine this theoretical model. So there are two models that we wanted to examine. The first one, we look at general internet use, that is, we operationalize it in terms of how frequent people go online in their daily life, maybe for different purposes. So it's just in general online behavior. The idea is that the higher exposure to online content may reduce political trust because the internet often amplifies political scandals, elite criticism, and cynicism about institutions. As trust declines, people may also feel that their government doesn't respond to ordinary citizens, and it reduces their sense of external efficacy. They believe that one's voice matters in politics. And when both trust and efficacy are low, eventually it might turn people to populist idea, which emphasize that the people must reclaim power from the corrupt elite. Next. In the second model, we basically test the same idea, but here we use online political information seeking as the main predictor here, which is like a more specific, online behavior, not a general one. The idea here is that there might be some differences in how internet being used for those who use internet casually, or those who really, actively involved in online political information seeking. Next, so here some hypotheses we wanted to test. First, we hypothesized that greater internet use or online political information seeking leads to lower political trust. It also leads to higher external efficacy. Lower political trust predicts lower efficacy. Lower efficacy predicts stronger populist attitudes. And finally, we also predicted some like mediation and serial mediation stuff. So we predicted that internet use or online information political seeking may predict populist attitudes because it reduces populist trust and also reduces external political efficacy. Next. To test the hypothesis, we conducted a nationally representative survey. There were about 2,200 participants, and their characteristics represent the real, population demographic variations in the population. Next. And this is the correlational matrix of the findings. As you can see here, generally most people use internet use quite often, and then they not that much predict search political information online, and the political trust is kind of like in the middle, and then the external efficacy kind of low, meaning that people not feeling heard by the government. And then the populist attitude is kind of like high because the mean score like at 5.43 of on the range from 1 to 7. Next. Yeah, can you go back, please, a little? I'm sorry. I think I didn't explain yet how did I measure all these variables. So let me do it now. So internet use was measured by asking participants how often they access internet recently. Political information search or seeking were asked by asking participants whether they do this activity online. So yes and no. Two means yes, one means no. Political trust was measured by asking participants how much they trust some institution like president, vice president, ministry, DPR like Senate, and then a court system, and also police and armed forces. And external efficacy was measured by asking participants to indicate whether they feel like their voice was heard by government and whether government care about their needs. And populist attitudes was asked by indicate whether they agree that policy should be made by people instead of political elite. Next. So this is our main findings here. We conducted, a SAM analysis using R package, and the model looks pretty good with model fit at indicators. All indicators are acceptable. And as you can see here, internet use didn't have a direct relationship with populist attitude, but it significantly correlated with political trust, and the relationship was negative. So the more people use internet, the less trust there with institutions. And it also positively correlated with external efficacy, meaning that the more people use internet, the higher their external efficacy. And in predicting populist attitude, we found that only external efficacy that can predict populist attitude and the direction as expected, where the higher the external efficacy, the lower populist attitude. And for political trust, unexpectedly, we didn't find a significant correlation there. And for the indirect effect analysis, we did find a serial, like a mediation analysis first, like internet use may predict populist attitude through external efficacy. And there was like a serial mediation effect here, where internet use may predict populist attitude through political trust and then external efficacy. Next. For our second independent variable, online political information seeking, we found a significant direct relationship between this variable and populist attitude. And we also found it has a significant correlation with trust, which is again, it was negative, and with external efficacy, which again, positive. And similar to the previous analysis, the between political trust and external efficacy, it was only external efficacy that can significantly predict populist attitude. Next. So the internet is a double. So what we can conclude from this finding, it shows us that the internet plays a dual role. It empowers citizens with political knowledge and sense of agency, but it also explores them to narratives that may weaken trust in institutions. In other words, the digital environment creates both critical citizens and cynical citizens. Interestingly, trust played a weaker role than we expected. People can feel politically efficacious even when they do not truly trust political institutions. I think the last one that I want to emphasize here. So to conclude, external efficacy, the belief that citizens can influence the government, consistently predict lower populism. So it is important to strengthen citizens' sense of influence and government responsiveness so that they may feel heard and thus can tackle populist sentiment. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Winda, for this insightful presentation. I must say apology to you because I was not properly introduce you because I was too focused on the time, limited time that we have. Please allow me to introduce you now. after your presentation, just to make it up. uh, yeah, yeah. So Dr. Winda Justisia, who just presented her excellent presentation, she's the faculty member of the Faculty of Psychology at Universitas Indonesia. Um, she is now also executive director of the Indonesian Social Survey based in Jakarta, right? And she earned her PhD in social psychology from Loyola University of Chicago. Yeah, she did undergraduate with us at the University of Indonesia at the Faculty of Psychology and earned her master's degree from social and organizational psychology master's degree from the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom. Okay, so let's move to the second excellent presenter. Let me introduce you a little bit. Chika, I usually call her Chika, Dr. Lara Sekarasi. She's also just like Winda, a faculty member at the University of Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology, where she is part of the research group on economic and consumer psychology. Her research spans media psychology, consumer behavior, digital deception. This is interesting. This is digital deception. Risk perception, framing effects, and experimental studies concerning influence and credibility in digital environment. She also has been principal investigator or co-PI on multiple funded research project. She teaches courses in media psychology, consumer psychology, and research methods. And she has also published in a number of publication outlets, national and international outlets, such as, she's also served as editorial role in a journal or publication named Makara Human Behavior Studies in Asia. So this is also an advertisement if you want to contribute and to publish with this Makara Human Behavior Studies in Asia. And she has been contributing towards United Nations Sustainable Development Goals through her work, excellent work on digital communication, consumer protection, and information environments in Indonesia. And today, she will present her work on revisiting narratives of Gen Z's financial. So, Chika, please, time and space is yours.
Thank you, Mas Diki. I will be standing if you don't mind, so that to prevent neck injury from sitting from this side. So thank you for the generous introduction. My presentation today is focusing on revisiting narratives on Gen Z's financial behavior. And we know that there has been public lamentation on the irresponsibility, the immaturity, and the impulsiveness of Gen Z when it comes to consumer behavior, when it comes to spending, and when it comes to the susceptibility of using, for example, online loans. Next. So we know that as Winda has introduced us to the notion of populism, populist narratives often simplify complex realities, including of youth behavior. Populist narratives often reduce the complex financial struggles of young people to the narrative of simple moral failings. And here, the media representations, whether intentional or not, can signify or can significantly amplify this moral panic by focusing on sensational stories, creating the perception of a widespread collapse in financial discipline among youth. To understand this gap, we must first examine the possible psychological mechanism at play, which is the illusion of moral decline. Next. So there's this article published in Nature, I think, by Mastroianni and Gilbert back into 2023, that they studied individuals or people in over 60 countries. And the result that people believe that morality is declining even though the data show stability. And if you look at the context, older generations tend to look down on the younger generations. So this is not an entirely new phenomenon, and this perception bias might extend to youth financial behavior and spending. And this perception of or illusion of moral decline is primarily driven by biased exposure. We are disproportionately exposed to sensational negative information like death traps about the younger generation. And older generations judge the spending habits of the young as a moral decay rather than seeing a shift in economic necessity or the older generation or the public in general might have missed a more of the bigger picture that include or involve the systemic or the structural issues that younger generations are struggling with. Next. So if we look at the populism, media narrative, and the behavioral trap, the populism frames the financial behavior as the moral failure of the Gen Z here, the privileged strawberry generations, the spoiled one. They have everything easy, and framing them as a kind of like immature, they are irresponsible, and pit the narrative against the pure people or the responsible older generation. We had it hard. We worked hard for it. You have it easy with all the technology, with all the emergence of digital technology, financial stability that your parents provide. Yet you do not use that to responsibly. And that would cause kind of like are fueled by the moral shorthand, which the media might fuel by using terms, but where it's in the news mainstream media or in social media, by using terms like you only live once, the YOLO, and the hedonism that creates the moralistic, individualistic explanation, which again, might have missed the structural issue or the systemic problem that Gen Z might have been struggling with. Next. And here, when we talk about how media creates the narrative, we can use a classic theory, which is on the media framing theory, and which posits that media frame operates by selecting certain aspects of reality and making them salient. And here, media largely use stories that focus on either singular or dramatic anecdotes. And on the one hand, this is an emotionally compelling stories, but it might lack context. And this kind of framing would reinforce the illusion of moral decline, leading the audience to attribute responsibility to the individual and their lack of moral control, rather than to, for example, political and economic structure, and or issues such as youth unemployment, the significant increase of housing price, for example, etc. That connects or that highlights the problem in the macroeconomic or in the factors beyond the individuals. Next. And see here, for example, there are some examples of headlines. So here, Generation Z is framed as individuals that are financially immature, that millennial dan Gen Z terjerat pusaran utang pinjol, they are trapped, spiraling in online loan. Konser dan healing penyebab anak muda terjebak pinjol, so they are hedonistic. They spend their money on attending concert, traveling, for their the Gen Z in Indonesia said the psychological healing, and for lifestyle related items. And they are also framed as irresponsible debtors. So they are not able, they borrowed money from online lending, yet they are not able to repay it. So those are some stereotypes or narratives that the media construct. Next. And here, that headlines are emphasizing debt traps and consumption addiction, that would fuel public perception of the moral declines, which in turn would create some intergenerational frictions. And here, the Gen Z become the target of the populism or populistic, quote unquote, populistic narrative created by the older generations, which position themselves as the more responsible and more as the individuals who uphold the moral values. Next. However, so our lab looked at the public data, including the data published by the Indonesian Authority on Finance, the OJK, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, BPS, Badan Pusat Statistik, Indonesian Statistics, and it's reported that actually 1 in 2 of all unemployed in Indonesia is Gen Z, which suggests that they are living in this precarious economy. And this precarity puts severe strain on meeting basic needs, making the consumption or debt issue is less about luxury or leisure behavior, but more about probably economic survival. Next. While on the one hand, yes, the Gen Z is the largest probably users of the online lending service, yet compared to the older generations such as Gen X and baby boomers. However, next. This is not true that they are not financially literate. Looking at the financial literacy survey from the OJK and BPS, the Indonesian, the average of financial literacy among Indonesians in general is, the score is 65. Yet, the younger generation scores significantly higher than the average Indonesians. So, myth debunked. So it is not true that Gen Z is financially illiterate or they are not informed. They are making uninformed decision. Also, the data, the public data from OJK reports that or showed that the Gen Z's 90-day NPL, non-performing loan, is around 2%. And this is not worse than the older generations. So while on the one hand, it looks like it's there are a lot of them doing or having 90-day NPL, it's proportionally, in proportion to the number of Gen Z using the online lending service, the proportion of those failing to repay their debt is the same. It's not worse than the older generations. Next. OJK also reported that Gen Z do save part of their income. And they use e-wallets regularly, but this is often for budgeting or for monitoring their cash flow. So it's similar with, for example, for probably millennials, Gen X or baby boomers who use credit cards and then see the credit cards reports or billings at the end of the month to see where their money goes. So it's kind of like similar. Buy now and pay later use is rising, but mostly for small planned purchase. So probably we need to rethink or revisit the stigma of this irresponsible spender. Next. So our lab conducted surveys using online survey using nationally representative Gen Z. The number of participants was not that many, so it's like 300 participants. But what we found, what we were surprised by the findings is like that they use the online loans not for entertainment, recreation, hobbies, or online gambling, bukan untuk judul, but for the daily necessities and education. So again, this ties back to the unemployment rate that perhaps they use the online lending service not for lifestyle, not for hedonistic consumption, but for economic survival. Next. And in line with the OJK data, that they are paying their debt on time. Next. And they do know that online lending service is risky. There are risks included in using online lending service, higher interest rate, for example. There's a risk if you fail to pay back, yourself or your relatives can get terrorized, quote unquote, by the debt collectors. There's a breach of personal data. So they do know the risk involved in using online lending service. Next. So if we summarize, the Gen Z is actually, they're not morally bankrupt. They are responsible consumers or debtors operating in a difficult economic system. The conflict is between the hedonistic media narratives and the structural needs for accessible credit options. So here, the illusion of moral decline is kind of like, serve like a wedge that deflects the attention, the public attention from the systemic cause, such as unemployment or lack of safe credit access, and places the responsibility on the individual Gen Z members. If there's a call for action here, then I think the policy must shift from the moral shaming, or the public discussion, the public narrative should shift from the moral shaming, from the YOLO or FOMO stigma against Gen Z, to conversations about structural interventions, addressing the youth unemployment, comprehensive financial risk education, and access to different credit options that bears lower risk probably, and to reduce the intergenerational wedges. Next. So that's all from me today. So using the every generation, or like George Orwell said, every generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it, and wiser than the one that comes after it. So hopefully we can revisit our lamentation about the younger generation and really address the real conversations, including the structural and systemic issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Laras. That was very interesting findings from the data. So her research group trying to uncover the truth behind the media narrative about Gen Z wrongful behavior, financial behavior. I think if she is running, in a presidential campaign, she will be voted by Gen Z. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the third presenter. That is Dr. Lemi Baru. Lemi, I call him Lemi. He's a faculty member from the School of Communication.
Yeah,
at the School of Communication at the University of Queensland. He is a honorary associate professor at the Department of Media and Visual Arts, Koç University in Istanbul, Turkey. Okay. So yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Too much information. So, with your permission, I don't read through all this information about you, Lemi. But we are fortunate enough to listen to his presentation shortly about, the title is How Partisanship in a Populist Authoritarian System Shape Misinformation, Disinformation, Beliefs. Evidence from Turkey. Time and space is yours.
Do I use the additional 1 minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you for inviting me. I'm Nima Baruch. I study psychology, media psychology, usually focusing on social media and privacy, but given the scope of today, I'm going to try to focus on something else, which, as Yolanda already noted, misinformation and disinformation. I'm going to be looking at a specific case of Turkey. Of course, when it comes to information disorder, which includes misinformation and disinformation, it is widely debated, it is widely studied, not just in media, but in psychology, in political science, in many different fields. And for a good reason. It's not just about academic curiosity. It has important implications for public safety when it comes to, for example, false information about vaccines and how that influences uptake of vaccines, or other public safety measures, or when misinformation becomes something that gets people to target a specific ethnic or racial group in a political crisis. It has a lot of bearing, it has a lot of potential impact on the society, our well-being, on the health of the political systems. One thing that we have noted over time, though, as recent reviews also have noted, is that most of this research on information disorder usually comes from what is called weird countries. They're not weird, they're just Western and educated, industrialized, rich and democratic societies, which tends to overlook some of the key differences that global South, countries from global South might have in relation to how misinformation mechanisms might be working. So I'm going to just focus on three things here, then I'm going to produce them into challenges for us to study. So one of them is that when you're focusing on weird societies, you are usually assuming a more or less democratic society. Yes, they're not homogeneous, but they tend to be more democratic. Whereas in many global South, including Turkey, for example, we are talking about populist authoritarian countries. Competitive authoritarianism could be the right word to use, where we have elections, repeated elections, routine elections, but the system is skewed in the direction or biased in the direction of the incumbent which is in power, usually a populist leader such as Erdogan or Modi, or, well, I'm not going to name names. I did. Anyway, so that's related to the media environment itself. When we are talking about selective exposure and misinformation in Western societies, we are talking about diverse, rich media environments. Again, not homogeneous, they might change across different countries. But when we're talking about competitive authoritarian systems, we are talking about an intentionally lowered choice of media and consumption. And we also tend to overlook the fact that due to technological improvement, or due to the lack of diffusion of internet, for example, many global South countries do not have the level of internet penetration that Western societies have. And yes, in these countries, still legacy media has a lot of impact on public opinion. So based on these, what I'm going to try to do today is to focus on Turkey as an example. I'm going to talk about different studies that we conducted to see how these actually end up mattering when it comes to our susceptibility to misinformation as individuals. Please keep in mind that Turkey is probably not representative of all global South, as is many Western countries are not representative of a democracy. So I will be characterizing it and looking at the extremes. Keep in mind that those extremes are the large extremes, and we are looking in the middle. So what are the challenges for studying misinformation when we move to global South? First, I think, as I mentioned, one of the things that is different is the assumption in weird societies that social media is a primary engine of misinformation. Now, that doesn't mean that in global South that's not the case, but in global South, like in Turkey, traditional media remains, and that's newspapers, that's broadcast television, remains dominant and decisive in terms of shaping public opinion. In Turkey, for example, based on the 2023 election studies that we did, over 60% use television as their primary source of information about politics. Over 50% use newspapers for news. I might have missed these, but I'm pretty sure that 45% is saying that social media is the main source of information for many people. So that's challenge number one. The second one, which is related to challenge number one, is that misinformation is usually seen as a bottom-up issue that is probably triggered or amplified by social media. And as Yolanda rightfully noted, it is also intensified and inflated by algorithms. Again, that doesn't mean that that doesn't happen in Global South, but in Global South, when we are talking about misinformation, we are also talking about state-directed, top-down misinformation campaigns. For example, Turkey, according to a study that was done in 2017, not very recent, apparently, Turkey was among the countries, including Brazil, Ecuador, Russia, Syria, China, I didn't check Indonesia, with evidence, staffing, and/or budgets that is allocated from the government itself to create cyber troops to disseminate false information for their own public. So I'm not talking about CIA in the United States trying to create disinformation or Putin creating disinformation in the United States, but our own governments trying to manipulate the environment through documented budgets, thousands of people working on it. So that is not as decentralized as we usually assume it to be. So that's challenge number 2. So culprits are a bit different. Challenge number 3. Culprit, the government, also pushes the legacy media to have a very homogeneous tone. Now, you don't know Turkish, but I think you can read. Those are 8 different newspapers, or 9, or 6, I included 6, right after one day Recep Tayyip Erdogan came out and said about Syria and United States, one night we can just show up there, which means we can invade Syria. And these are the mass media that basically got the word, got the phrase. Why do you need so many newspapers if you are going to see the same thing over and over again? But that is part of the concerted effort of the government. When Recep Tayyip Erdogan came to power in 2002, newspapers that were in line with this perspective represented about 15% of the circulation. As of 2023, that's 90% of the circulation. And that change was not just because the market was reacting to people's change in attitudes or power opinions. That was a concerted effort to get mass media companies, threaten them with taxation or other kinds of laws, and get them to sell what they own to companies that were tightly connected to the incumbent regime. So, political regime captures that legacy media. And the outcome, I know I said 4 challenges, but this is 3.2 in a way. And the outcome is very stark. If you look at that, you're in the danger zone now. I'm sorry. I might hit you when I said it. What you see here is the incumbent newspapers. So these are the newspapers that support the government. 2002, as you see, there is support for Recep Tayyip Erdogan's party, and this is right after the elections, but many of these newspapers start being sold here, and then the tone of coverage increasingly, the purple line, the large purple one, is increasingly more favoring of the government and increasingly less favoring the opposition. And now, yes, do we have an opposition media in Turkey? Yes, we do. But as you see, the opposition agrees on who to be against, but not about who to be for, which means that there is very little resistance when it comes to what is the alternative for the voter to go to. So these are the challenges. But what do these challenges mean? First of all, these challenges mean that if you are a voter in Turkey, unless you show a lot of effort, you are likely to be exposed to this, right? So this is very different from the selective exposure as we know in media-rich societies where you go and pick the type of news that you want. You accidentally or habitually are going to be exposed to this. So what does all of that mean? We did a number of studies that try to look at this phenomenon in many different perspectives. One of them is about decision-making in a way. So what is the cognitive root of disinformation and misinformation? The distinction between system 1 versus system 2. System 1 is the fast one. System 2 is the slower one, the rational one. Everybody knows this, so I'm not going to go into the detail. So what we did was to do a small experiment about misinformation, and we manipulated people's fast versus slow thinking by asking them either to respond in 5 seconds or less to items about either COVID-related misinformation, which were very salient at that point because it was during COVID, or general conspiracy theories like a selected number of individuals rule the whole world. So what we ended up finding was that those in the time pressure condition were much likely to believe in COVID-related salient misinformation, whereas those in the time delay condition actually evaluated misinformation and didn't believe in it. But when it comes to those more general conspiracy theories that were, I mean, not very salient, time and system 1 versus system 2 didn't matter. So basically then, if you combine that with the previous assertion that I made, which is that we are in a fast-paced media environment, and that fast-paced media environment in Turkey is dominated by a single tone of voice about incumbents, about the government, then you can also start extrapolating that within this environment, it is very difficult for people to actually create a defensive mechanism in terms of processing that information. And that is what we saw more generally when we started looking at the Turkish national elections. This was a national representative study of voting behavior. And one of the main findings was that, yes, ideology is very key. So you tend to believe misinformation that is disseminated by the party that you believe in. So if you are pro-incumbent, you are going to be believing the pro-incumbent misinformation. If you are pro-opposition, you're more likely to believe the pro-opposition misinformation, except reaching pro-opposition misinformation was very difficult. And being exposed to pro-incumbent misinformation was very easy. And if you look at this graph, again, you're in danger. I might just, so if you look at this, what you're going to see is that those who are pro-incumbent are more likely to believe the pro-incumbent misinformation. But exposure to that news is going to influence, why didn't I know about this? Exposure to misinformation about the anti-opposition misinformation equally moved the opposition voters as well. So this was not something that we observed for the opposite. So if a pro-incumbent voter was exposed to a pro-opposition misinformation, it didn't have an effect. So there is this distinction when it comes to misinformation susceptibility and selective exposure, which is that if you are supporting the incumbent where the whole media is already supporting it, I'm not saying that media is shaping that perception, but it is very easy to be just low effort selective exposure where you just wait for the information supporting your views to come. Whereas if you are pro-opposition, you really need to dig deep. And that is really usually not the case when it comes to low involvement decision making. So we are already skewing that whole misinformation susceptibility in one direction as a result of this. And that also brings me to another issue, of course, which is, so where does social media come in? And that was something that we were not really expecting to see, but we ended up seeing. This was a small decision analysis that we did, which is about believing in misinformation. And yes, ideology and political ID are the most important predictors. But if you start focusing at the bottom, social media appears as a surprising and kind of in line with what you found, a surprising factor that might actually help individuals to go beyond that dominant media frame and find something that might be more reliable in a way. And so the more these users consumed social media, initially belief in misinformation increased, but even higher use, which probably is related with literacy as well, started decreasing misinformation beliefs. So what do all of these mean? I might finish in time. That means, in fact, even early. What does all of this mean? So I'm not saying that Turkey is a representative case for studying other countries, but it basically shows that we cannot go into the field with weird assumptions, look at just those weird variables to find something different. You need to be searching for an additional nuance in understanding these kinds of mechanisms, and we need to be careful about the assumptions that we are making. So what do we find in the Turkish case, populist authoritarian systems, top-down misinformation? There is an asymmetry in terms of how you can practice partisanship, which has an impact on your susceptibility to misinformation. And digital media might be the double-edged sword, which might actually provide the respite that we might be looking for when it comes to a phenomenon like misinformation. Wow, 30 seconds, good. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Lemmy. But I have a bad news for the audience because we are conscious of time, Um, I'm sorry to be mean, to be a mean moderator, because I was notified by the committee that unfortunately we don't have a Q&A session because time is so limited. Really sorry about that. But we invite you to have a direct conversation, direct Q&A with these amazing three panelists during the coffee break, tea break. I'm really sorry. We are really sorry because, you know, we are, uh, time is up, time is up, time is up. Uh, with that, do I need to summarize this? Oh, yes, okay. Okay. Time is up, but I need to summarize. I have to summarize. Okay. Three panelists, three amazing panelists gave us insight, gave us information based on data, based on research. That is basically there are some truths, there are some not truths in the media. And to dig deep into the truth of the media, we need to have a data. We need to do research, you know. These days, media, especially social media, is part of our daily life, like 24/7 maybe, from the beginning of the day when we wake up until we, you know, end our day going to bed. Social media is really on our hand. That's part of the media reality these days. So yeah, I hope that these three amazing presentation give you some information, definitely some insight, and maybe open up further and future collaboration with them to have a more series in future. So I think by that, I'd like to end this session. Thank you very much for your attendance, for your time, and let's give a round of applause to these amazing three panelists. And thank you for your passion and attention to this session. I think that's all.
All right. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists for such a thought-provoking and eye-opening discussion. I would like to kindly ask for our panelists to remain at the front because our moderator, Mr. Dicky, will be giving souvenirs to our delighted speakers.
Of course, not me as a moderator this time. Okay, as a representative from the Faculty of Psychology, we are very grateful, very thankful for your time and your presentation. I think that's amazing presentation, gave us some information, some knowledge and insights. By that, we would like to extend our appreciation with this token of appreciation.
All right. Once again, a round of applause for our amazing panelists. And we have concluded our second panel of the day. And next, we have a series of very exciting presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we will continue to our next schedule. But first, let's have a coffee break. And I would like to announce what we will do after the coffee break. We will have our break from now until 2:30 at the outdoor area on this floor. And afterwards, don't forget that from 2:30 to 5:30, we will have a series of presentation sessions taking place in rooms 1, 2, and 3. Please refer to your program book for the detailed schedules and locations for each presentation.
Yes, and we wish you a pleasant break and an inspiring round of sessions this afternoon. If you want to personally approach the speakers, you can do that during the coffee break session, and we will see you around PEWIC and then see you tomorrow for our next conference. Thank you.
Enjoy PEWIC, everyone. Thank you.
Then ya, tomorrow ya.
Mungkin Amandanya yang bilang deh gitu. 4 orang kan ya Mbak ininya pesertanya? 4 orang ya yang offline ya? Yes. Oke. Sip. Oke. What is the wait aku mau lihat rundown. Intan. Yang yes, kita bilang aja kita akan mulai kan Mas Buna anyway kan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the presentation session, we are about to start soon. So for the presenters, please stand by and be prepared for your presentation session. Once again, we will start the presentation session soon. So for all presenters who will be presenting in this auditorium, please stand by and be ready for your presentation sessions. Thank you.
Udah ada. Yang offline ada. Kalau yang online mereka yang share atau sudah yang share? Oh. Mulai aja lah ya. Ini apa clickernya? Ini next slide, ini back. Ini nggak usah ya. Ini nggak usah juga. Ya. Ya udah. Tombol aja. Terus tombol aja. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I will be the first presenter of this session and also a moderator. I will take the role as a moderator until 5:30 p.m. So I hope you will enjoy this session. And I will begin the presentation with my study. Actually, this is one of my, the part of my doctoral study. And this will be in the second chapter of my full dissertation. We have published the other 3 papers about ART initiation and adherence in the other papers, and this one is still in preparation. The study is entitled Barriers and Facilitators to HIV Testing in Indonesia, a mixed methods study. And my name is Bona Hutahayan, together with my colleagues from Thailand, Thomas Guadamus from Malaysia, Sin Haulim from Universitas Indonesia, also from my lab, Mbak Alin or Sali Rahadi Asih, and Sarah Stutterheim as my co-promoter, and Kai Jonas as my promoter. We would like to thank the volunteers at GWL INA for their support. And also as disclosure statement, we declare no known competing financial interests. And this research is funded by, partially funded by EDS funds. So in HIV care continuum, the first step is the HIV testing, and this is very crucial for people who are in the key population, such as men who have sex with men, or transgenders, or sex workers. They need to know their HIV status because probably, most of them because of these high-risk sexual behaviors. But the HIV testing rates of MSM in Indonesia remains low, especially among younger MSM under 35 years old. And the HIV prevalence among MSM in Indonesia shows a very worrying upward trend since 2020 until 2024. So we came up with the main research question: what are the barriers and facilitators to HIV testing in Indonesia? To our best knowledge, the existing studies so far focused on women in antenatal care settings or their male partners. So a very limited focus on men who have sex with men. And of course, previous studies have applied the socio-ecological model, including my papers in ART initiation and ART adherence, to explore the complex interplay of barriers and facilitators influencing HIV treatment initiation and adherence. So in this study, we also will use socio-ecological model to explain the barriers and facilitators better. The methods, we begin with qualitative method and followed by quantitative. The study context was in Yogyakarta, and the sampling for the qualitative is purposive sampling, and the quantitative is online sampling. We got 20 participants including 18 MSM in that we divided into 3 FGDs, plus 2 healthcare providers, which are doctors, general practitioners. And for the quantitative method, we had 312 men who have sex with men, with the age ranged about 19 to 24 years old. And for the qualitative, we conducted interview protocols. We asked them about their experience in HIV testing and how did they find the location to get an HIV test. And for the quantitative part, we conducted online questionnaire consisted of, I think, more than 30 variables, 30 items, including when was the last time that they do the HIV test and where is the location in Yogyakarta. And for the data analysis, the qualitative we use atlas.ti and for the quantitative using SPSS. And the approach of the analysis is thematic analysis for the qualitative study and binary logistic regression for quantitative. Okay, from the qualitative analysis, the themes that we found, it was about health awareness and risk perception, HIV and VCT knowledge or voluntary counseling and testing, social and observational influences and fear-driven barriers and facilitators, healthcare infrastructure, especially in Yogyakarta, and of course stigma. Now I'm talking about stigma in general. The data were transcribed by GWL INA, coded and analyzed using thematic analysis. This is my part when I was coding and also analyzing the qualitative data. And for the quantitative data, we only used when was the last time you were tested for HIV as the dependent variable. And we recoded the answers into binary outcome. So 0 is for never testers and 1 for suboptimal testers. And for the independent variables, we chose HIV perceived risk, awareness of HIV testing location, disclosure about sexual behavior, whether they disclosed their sexual behavior to other people, friends, teachers, or bosses at workplace, and family. And then condom use during anal sex and number of different male sex partners. All of these independent variables were recoded into numeric categories. So these are the results. So we, for the demographic characteristics of participants, we get qualitative participants, the majority of their age was 19 to 24 in FGD 1 and 2, but we didn't get a specific data on FGD, on the third FGD. The majority of them are from Yogyakarta, but some from other provinces like Nusa Tenggara or Bali. And their sexual orientation, gay. Most of them are counselors and also general practitioners for the qualitative part. Their current activity is mix of students, counselors, doctors, and their highest education, mostly high school or undergraduate. And then for the quantitative method, we get 312 MSM. Most of them are counselors, and most of them had been tested for HIV at least once, but most of them also had risky sexual behaviors during the past 12 months. And as you can see here that, sorry, pointernya mana ya tadi ini? Yang ini ya? Oke, yang merahnya ini. Oke, merah oke. Okay. So as you can see here, most of them identify as gay, but a few of them identify as heterosexual, and the others are identify themselves as bisexual, but all of them are male. And they are currently studying with the highest education, secondary, I think the majority secondary level, and then the other are less than secondary and vocational level. I think I only have 1 minute. Okay, tinggal dikit lagi, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go just because we have tons of results, but actually there are 4 main themes that we collected from the qualitative and quantitative data. First is the theme about knowledge on HIV testing and sexual behaviors. Our participants did quite lots of risky sexual behaviors, but they only knew that okay, if I just do this HIV test once, then it's enough. But what they don't know is that according to UNAIDS and WHO, it is recommended to take an HIV test at least once in 3 to 6 months. But most of them didn't get the test according to the recommendation, and based on the quantitative data, 61.2% had more than one partners, sexual partners, and different sexual male partners. And about the condom use, most of them are, no, not most of them, 26.6% inconsistent using condom, and most of them pretty much consistent, but 17% never use condom. And the second theme is about HIV risk perception. So they usually did HIV test after they realized that, okay, I just did something, some risky sexual behaviors, and I have this physical symptoms like fever or like skin rash. So, okay, I'm gonna go to take an HIV test. So that's the HIV risk perception play the role here. But according to the quantitative data, the higher level of risk perception, the more afraid they would get an HIV test. Of course, according to some literature, it also will will create the fear when they feel that, okay, I'm really at a highest risk to get infected by HIV. But for the medium and no perceived risk, it is only like 3.2 times more likely to test, and they were more like normalized that this is like a routine precaution. The third theme is about stigma and the role of disclosure, and the strongest facilitator of HIV testing is, of course, to family. So most of MSM here, they feel that they would get to get an HIV test when they disclose their sexual behavior to their family. Okay, I just need several minutes. And then the last one is about awareness. Awareness of HIV testing information, of course. If we know how to get a test and where to get the test, we would like to get the HIV test more often. So it's pretty much the same like in this result. And the conclusion is because we ground our findings from socio-ecological approach from the individual levels. As you can see here, the barriers is more about the limited HIV knowledge and also about the unknown HIV test location. And from the interpersonal, again, stigma is the persistent barrier in HIV care continuum, because usually most of MSM, they feel that after they do the sexual behaviors, and if they want to get an HIV test, they feel ashamed of it, because getting an HIV test and having sex before marriage is considered as shameful. And in health system level, the unawareness of visitor service, yes, thank you, and clear testing procedures also play as a barrier, and the facilitators is more about, like, you know, the inverse of the barriers. So I'm not gonna explain more. Okay, these are the references, and I think that's it for my presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking time too long. Yeah. So I'm not sure that do I have more time for question and answer? I don't think so. No, I don't have time. Sengaja banget ya. Sengaja. Okay. Are we all Indonesian here? Indonesian? Or do we have other Indonesians? So is it okay if I, once in a while I speak in Bahasa? Yeah. Gak apa-apa lah ya. Okay, but I will try my best. Okay, for the next presenters, please welcome Rahmiati. Ibu or, okay, may I call Ibu? Ibu Rahmiati. Please give a round of applause. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I want to share our schooling reviews about green exercise and mental health in low and middle income countries. So as we know, mental health plays one of the key roles to society well-being, and World Health Organization state that mental disorders contribute until 15% to years-lived disability. And when 1 billion people worldwide suffer from mental disorders, and 80% from them occurring in LMICs or in low and middle income countries. And the scholars also predict that by 2030, depression among top 3 to become a causes of disease burden in LMICs. So when we talk about LMICs, there is the treatment gap, the unfavorable social conditions such as socioeconomic status or paradigm about health is also increased vulnerability to mental disorders. So we suggest about nature-based healthy lifestyle approach. Why? The reason one of them is about physical activity is recognized as a more cultural acceptable in LMICs. So when we talk about health, it's also similar with physical health, not mental health. So this is the one of approach that we can do to promote our mental health. And then the prospective research area in physical health and mental health is green exercise. So green exercise is any physical activities or exercise that conducted in nature or green outdoor. There are so many benefits from green exercise, from longitudinal studies and meta-analysis also show that positive psychological effects from green exercise. But this research mostly conducted in high-income countries. And based of our knowledge, there is a limited evidence from LMICs or low and middle-income countries. And by the diversity in the concept of green exercise, so we choose to doing scoping review, not systematic review, because the diversity of the concept. So the research question is, how does green exercise influence mental health in LMICs? What are the characteristics from GE? And then which mental health outcomes that affected by green exercise, and what the factors between them? And then we use GBI for our methodologies for scoping review, and the protocol has been registered on OSF. Here you can see the full of our methods on OSF. And this is the Prisma flow diagram, and from initial screening, there is 1271 articles from the initial screening, and we found the last studies about 34 studies that included in our scoping review. And the result, this is the country distribution of our included study. There is 12 from low middle and 22 from upper middle. But unfortunately, there is no from low income country. And we found that walking is the common form green exercise that we found in low and middle income countries. That yes, we know that walking is universal, easy to do, and inclusive. For example, there is one study that place attachment during walking in green space is make to better health outcomes for the people. And the next, for the place, we found that urban green space are the primary place that we found in LMICs. Yeah, people recognize that urban green space are the only place where we can breathe clean amid city life. And then for the mental health outcomes, we found that stress is the most commonly reported in LMICs. So it is also aligns with the findings scoping review from high-income countries. From this, we can conclude that the characteristic of mental health symptoms or outcomes is similar across countries, either from high-income countries or low and middle-income countries. But the gap out or the different about the resources limitation from low and middle income countries. This is also support the other findings from our result. It's about green space quality. So we found that in LMICs there is inequality that we found for the quality of green space, which is higher quality green space are mostly located in upper middle socioeconomic groups. And then therefore they experience better benefits for mental health. Yes, green space can support mental health in low income setting, but the benefits is more less than the higher upper middle socioeconomic groups. The term that we found also is about gentrification, which is it means that the increase in property values around the development of high quality green space. So when we talk about green space and mental health, we have to improving the quantity and the quality of green space. At the same time, we also addressing socioeconomic and health inequality. And then we also do cost and long-term planning supported by evidence-based studies. So the conclusion from our scoping review, green exercise influence mental health through multiple interaction component, and walking and green and urban green space are the characteristic from green exercise that we found in LMICs. Stress is the most frequently reported mental health outcome that we found, and the quality plays a crucial role in the implementation of green exercise in LMICs. So we suggest that we should emphasizing the quality of the green space and addressing the socio-economic equity. And then mental health promotion through green exercise can be accessed by considering individual characteristics, by the community, and also the central role of the state. And the last, further research in LMICs is needed to provide an evidence base for environmental and public health policies. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for attention. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, Mbak Indri.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Rahmiati. It's a very beautifully presented research. I have one question. I don't know whether this is the scope of your scoping review. I wonder if there is a significant or something that mencuat from the scoping review regarding the barriers in accessing the green space. Because I imagine, for example, in UI, if you've been to UI, we have a big forest. So we call it also urban green space, but it's near the train station. And you know, the forest as we see is not just like a regular forest, plenty of trash. Yeah, plenty of garbage, unfortunately. So it's not really a nice place to exercise, but it's still an urban green space. So I wonder if you find something very particular regarding the barriers in accessing the green space. Thank you. Maybe based on the studies in Indonesia, I think I would be very interested to know more about that. Thank you, Ibu Rahmiati.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu. About the factor barriers that we found, the main primary is about a quality of green space. So if you talk about Indonesia, I found maybe 2 until 3 studies that included in our 34 studies, but we didn't find the barriers from the city life, but the other countries that we found in our study, I think maybe from India, that when again we back to the socioeconomic status, that maybe when we have when we are in low income group, we are so not really excited to go to green space, because there is inequality status there. So it is one of the barrier that why people maybe didn't come to the green space. But in a city life, maybe there is their business or their any kind of activities that they not really spare time to go to the urban green space. And also the quality of the green space. The quality is mean but maybe the facilities, the around of the green space, maybe the air, maybe because there is this is park, and this is the busy train, that maybe the quality of the air quality of the green space is also one of the factors that affect why people don't come to the green space. I think that's all for me from me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Please give a round of applause for Ibu Rahmiati. Thank you for your presentation and for your clear answer. And now we're moving on to the next presenter, Ibu Revi Amalia Roshidah, with the title of Dispositional Mindfulness and Depressive Symptoms in Gen Z. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. The time for the presentation is 9 minutes, and the next 3 minutes will be followed by Q&A. Ibu Rahmiati, do you have the pointer, the clicker? Okay. Oh, thank you. Sometimes ini dibawa pulang loh dia. Makasih ya. Okay. Yeah, I think we can start from. Okay, good.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Revi Amalia Roshidah. Let me explain about my research proposal about dispositional mindfulness and depressive symptom in Gen Z by mediating role of authenticity. Every generation faces its own emotional challenge, but for the Gen Z, it's different. They struggle in the hyper-connected digital world, constantly exposed in competition, pressure, and uncertainty. In Indonesia, have similar pattern, and that's made me ask a simple question: what's actually protect them emotionally? Let's start with the bigger picture. Globally, rates of depression have risen sharply in the last 2 decades, and Indonesia have similar pattern. According to Indonesia Health Survey, around 12 million individual aged 18 and above suffer depression, and the prevalence in highest in Gen Z or group 18 until 24 years old. Also, 91% report suicidal ideation, with the highest in Java, West Java, the highest province in Indonesia. Why Gen Z? Gen Z is figuring out their identity, relationship, and the future, making them uniquely vulnerable. Okay. So why mindfulness? What we know that people who are more mindful tend to report lower depression symptom and robust empirical by evidence. But what we don't really know that what's the underlying mechanism is unclear. How does mindfulness reduce depression in Gen Z? How make it differ in collectivist culture like Indonesia, when harmony often comes before self-expression? So here my conceptual models comes in. Okay, I examine dispositional mindfulness as the predictor, depressive symptom as outcome, and authenticity as mediation. Studies show that dispositional mindfulness, particularly facet like acting with awareness and non-reactivity to inner experience, predict to greater authenticity. and authenticity predict lower depression, like dimension authentic living, accepting external influence, and self-alienation. Also, from meta-analytic found that dispositional mindfulness confirm consistently predict lower depression. So this model I integrates with three variable dispositional mindfulness, depressive symptom, and authenticity in one mediation model, and focus in Gen Z Indonesia. So how the mechanism psychological mechanism works? Mindfulness enhance meta awareness, the ability to observe our thought and emotion without judgment. When people practice this awareness, they begin to see themselves more clearly, recognize what they truly feel and value. Also, by reducing rumination and emotional suppress, mindfulness help people act more congruently with who they are. That's fostering authenticity, aligned between what we feel and what we do. So they can protect against depressive symptoms. Okay, thanks. But the interesting question is, does authenticity works in the same way in collectivist culture? In study found that in collectivist culture, the link between authenticity and well-being is weaker because people are encouraged to maintain harmony rather than express individuality. Yet, in other study found that something fascinating. Authenticity fully mediate between mindfulness and well-being in China, but partially mediate in UK. In Indonesia, also authenticity predict positive outcome like meaning life, but in young adults show lowest level authenticity. But the conceptual authenticity originates from the Western, especially from Rogers, being true to oneself. But in collectivists, have one the different result from across culture. That's why this study focus in Indonesia Gen Z who are navigates between collectivist harmony and grow up as digital native. So testing authenticity as mediating mechanism in collectivist Gen Z, bridging cross-cultural and generational perspective. Based on this framework, my research question: one, does authenticity mediate relationship between dispositional mindfulness, depressive symptom among Gen Z Indonesia? Two, do specific facet in dispositional mindfulness have differential effect to authenticity? From this question, I propose four hypotheses. One, higher dispositional mindfulness predict lower depressive symptom. Two, dispositional mindfulness predict greater authenticity. Three, authenticity predict lower depressive symptom. And four, authenticity mediates the link between dispositional mindfulness and depressive symptom. In short, mindfulness may reduce depression because it helps young people live more authentically. So to test this hypothesis, I use quantitative cross-sectional design with around 200 Gen Z participants, 18 to 28 years old living in West Java, Indonesia, who are not currently in therapy. An instrument, I use 5-facet mindfulness, FFMQ, authenticity scale, and DAS-21 from depression subscale. And data will be analyzed using structural equation model and mediation analysis has process model 4. Okay, in terms of contribution, the study integrate 3 construct dispositional mindfulness, authenticity, and depression within one causal model which has rarely been tested before. And also adds cross-cultural insight to authenticity and well-being research, which is still dominated by Western sample. And practically, this study can get mental health intervention for Gen Z, especially in school or university, helping young people express themselves truthfully while maintaining social harmony. Okay, to close, I like to leave you with this thought. Mindfulness may heal, but authenticity help us to stay true in that healing. Because healing is not just feeling better, it's about becoming honest with ourselves. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mbak Revi Amalia Roshida. Very interesting findings, and I think we still have like about 2 minutes, and then plus 3 minutes for the next Q&A. Do we have a question? Yes, Kenny? Please take the microphone.
Yeah, hello, I'm Kenny. Thank you so much, Revi, for the proposal research. It's very interesting. Uh, I have one comment and one question. The comment is because authenticity scale, as far as I know, it consists of 3 subscales. I think it is better for you to, let's say, position the authenticity as 3 dimension too. So there are multiple mediation analysis that you will do, and I think it will become a lot more richer and practical implication for the practitioner that will help and benefit from your research. That's first, but then again, this is your research. It's up to you by the end of the day. And the second question is, and also because you use structural equation modeling, so it's kind of a waste if you didn't do multiple mediation analysis. Anyway, and for the question is, again, correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I know, when you use authenticity scale by Wood, correct? Uh, from what I learned, the theoretical background of that scale is basically a trait. So the authenticity can be positioned as trait too. So what is your justification to put the authenticity as a mediation instead of also another independent variable toward your dependent variable? I guess that's the question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your feedback. Why I use authenticity as trait? Yes, I use dimension from Wood et al. That's authenticity is a trait because from the trait is more constantly stable. And I want to explore what's every trait, specific trait that have relation between mindfulness and authenticity. Also, from the past study, especially from Indonesia study, that have used Wood model that's 3 dimension from the authenticity scale. Okay, is it?
I hope that answers the question. We only have like less than 1 minute. But do you have still? I think she finished her presentation in masih 2 menit lagi. I will give one more question. Do you have one more question? Oke, silahkan Arum, Mbak Arum.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for your great presentation. I think it's really interesting to see whether the authenticity itself could mediate the relationship between mindfulness and depressive symptoms. What I would like to ask is just like to confirm, is the authenticity concept that you will measure is actually like coming from the Western concept also, but would you do any kind of, I'm not sure, like culturally like adapting, for instance, the concept of the authenticity to be more aligned with how Indonesia itself express their authenticity? So that's the questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, that's limited study in collective culture, which is in Indonesia, is a limit also. In the past study, in collective culture, that authenticity is doesn't mean prioritizing individual freedom, but also finding harmony between personal truth and social expectation, in which is maybe in Indonesia also is not about being true to oneself, to expressing with autonomy and individuality, but also balancing between social and harmony, balancing harmony social. That's why I will to test this in collective culture like Indonesia. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, yes, there is a skill from adaptation from Indonesia also in 2023 in which is with authenticity skill and have reliability and validitas is good also. So I use the from adaptation from Wood et al. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Please give a round of applause for Mbak Revi Amalia. Thank you. And for the next presenter, Mbak Reno Intan. with the title Dispositional Mindfulness and Depressive Symptoms. Oh, sorry, it was the previous title. Through Their Eyes, My Mother Hit Me Because I'm a Girl, Mbak Reno Intan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are still in this room mindfully. Okay. Okay. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Reno Intan. I'm the lead author, and this research was done together with my supervisor, Ibu Jadi Ratna Suminar and Ibu Purwanti Hadisiwi. We are from the Faculty of Communication Science, and Ibu Fitri Arianti Abidin from the Faculty of Psychology. We are all from Universitas Pajajaran in Bandung. Okay, so before I start my presentation, I want to invite you all to about 20 seconds maybe. Maybe our moderator can inspire them to follow what I say. I'm sorry. So please open your camera in your phone. And I want you to open camera to your face. And I want you to see your reflection there.
Like a selfie.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So now while you see yourself in the selfie, no, don't take my picture. Just see yourself, okay? Okay, so what do you see? I want you to think, what do you see? And do you think other people see you exactly you see yourself in the camera? And if they say they see you differently compared to what you see in your camera, how do you feel about it? For example, I say I feel like I'm quite very slim today, but suddenly my friends say I'm actually gained my weight. I look like I gained my weight, okay? That makes me feel inconfident, yeah? So that's exactly what my research is about. Our research, I mean, how our sense of self is built through the reflection we believe others are casting back at us. Okay, so the title is Through Their Eyes, My Mother Hit Me Because I'm a Girl. The Looking Glass Self and Parents' Perception or of Childhood Maltreatment Experience. Okay, so we begin this research actually with a very simple but painful reality that the way a child is treated, every action, every movement, every gesture, every silence, every punishment given by their parents is actually a mirror of how a child sees themselves. So for those who experience childhood maltreatment, this mirror are cracked. And for many, this cracked mirror do not fade in time. They stay there until their adulthood and impact the way they sense themselves. Okay, next. Okay, to understand why this study matter, we have to see a bigger picture. First, we know that childhood maltreatment is a global issue, global health issue, impact, I think, affecting millions annually. And then, sorry. So also according to data from the Ministry of Child Protection, the case of early childhood maltreatment is actually skyrocketing each year. Yeah, even though our awareness are also raising, but the case is also raising. Yeah, and then second, the problem violence do not only hurt physical but also psychological or neurological. Yeah, so like physical, it can disrupt your immune system, and then psychological, it can make you it can lead to anxiety. Am I correct? Anxiety, depression, or PTSD, etc. And then neurological, it can disturb the brain area responsible for memory. And then the last one, the childhood maltreatment also interrupt the way individuals see themselves. So constant rejection, constant criticism, and physical violence from their parents, especially, send a message that they are unloved or unworthy. So over time, this distorted reflection become internalized and shape how they see themselves. Okay, next. Given this context, the next is how this experience shape a person's self-perception. So to explain this, I turn we turn to the Looking Glass Self from Charles Cooley. So Charles Cooley explained that at least there are 3 steps on how we sense ourselves. So first, we imagine how our appearance, how others see our appearance, yeah. And second, we imagine how others judge that appearance. And third, we develop feelings about ourselves according to that judgmental, even though it's true or not. So it's all in your imagination. Okay, next. With this in mind, the purpose of the study is to explore how childhood maltreatment shape parents' self-perception. Method to understand this in real life, we are applying narrative research method. So it make it possible for the participant to share the story in their own words. This means collecting data using in-depth interview and then thematic analysis using NVivo. Participant in this research is 10 parents with childhood maltreatment experience, diverse SES, diverse educational background, and married with children aged 7 to 18 years. Okay, from the narrative we collected, several key themes emerge. Let me begin by sharing what they told us in their own word. Okay, the first theme is type of maltreatment. Physical, emotional, neglect, and pathogenic, yeah. So some when they share this story, actually their memory is still very vivid, yeah, even though it happened decades ago, maybe 20, 30 years ago, but their memory is still vivid. And then they shared several share about physical bruise that actually doesn't even heal up until now. And also some share about hurt word, yeah, that even hurt them more than any wound. And all participants, mothers, show emotional expression, yeah. Either they cry or intense anger. Okay, next. Second theme is what caused the maltreatment. Several say academic reasons. So when they are not a champion, the mother or father will hit them. Some say family conflict. For example, a father is having an affair or having a gambling problem. And the rest say just simply because they are naughty as a kid. Okay, next. Okay, next is beyond the types and causes, another pattern is frequency. All of the participants say that this violence is not rare. It is almost happen every day. Even one participant, I'm sorry. Several participants say that it's weird when the house is not, what do you call it? It's not screaming for one day. Okay, next. This is defense mechanism to cope with the maltreatment. Obsessive become overachievement in order they think that achievement will protect them, and then escaping from home and pursuing school to boarding school. Okay, next. Okay, this is parent perception when they told us about how they see their experience. Yeah, so this word, according to this word, really interpret the reflection how early experience distorted their self or sense of worth. So either not studying hard enough, not feeling loved by the father or mother, and there is revealed gender bias that most participants said, I was hit because I'm a girl. Okay, now that we've seen the result, the finding, the discussion, the interview result highlights that whatever action parents show become a silent message of how children see themselves. So this morning, I joined in another room that actually there are a lot of parents is doing violence to their children because they think it's good for the children or because of love. Yeah, but whatever the action is, children take it just the opposite way. Okay, just next, because time up. Okay, conclusion. Parents' narrative show ongoing struggles to rebuild a sense of worth and competence in parenting. Next, because my time is up. Okay, implication. Surely collaboration in order to make an intervention maybe. And then future research maybe should explore how self-reflection affecting parenting practice and how culture narrative influence parents' healing and communication patterns. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Reno. I think we have 2 minutes for Q&A. Yeah, I will give one participant want to deliver their question. Do we have a question? Ada? No, okay, please. Yeah.
Check. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Malisa. My question is regarding what is the rationale for selecting parents as the primary subjects in examining perception of the child maltreatment, especially through the lens of looking glass self.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This research actually a very small part research from my dissertation. We are using two questionnaire at the beginning in order to get the right participant. First is family communication pattern, and then adverse childhood experience. Okay. In order to get the right participant. Actually, there are a lot, but only 12 parents who would want to join our research, and 2 resign in the middle of the research due to we cannot help them because I'm not a psychologist. So when I see they are not ready to tell the story, we stop the interview. Yeah, because this is quite a traumatic experience. Yeah. Okay, I hope it answered the question.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mbak Reno, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Yeah.
Please give a round of applause. And Mbak Reno will be the last presenter who do the presentation offline. And now we're moving on to the online presenters. Mbak Ade Siti Mariam. Do we have Mbak Ade? Okay, for the next presenter ya, Mbak Akta Ririn Aristawanti. I think after Mbak Ade will be Mbak Akta Ririn. Okay,
Okay,
Mbak Akta
I'm here.
Ririn, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, your title is Coping and Resilience in Caregivers of Individuals with Chronic Illness, a Meta-Analysis. Your time for the presentation is 9 minutes and then followed by Q&A for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It is great honor to be here at the fourth PEWIC 20 and 25. Allow me introduce myself. My name is Akta Ririn Aristawati. I'm from the Faculty of Psychology, Airlangga University, Indonesia. Today, I will present my study titled Coping and Resiliency in Caregiver of People with Chronic Illness, a Meta-Analysis. Chronic illness as defined by the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health are diseases that progress gradually and last for a long period of time. They include conditions such as cancer, diabetes, autoimmune disorders, and chronic respiratory disease. Family members play an essential role as caregiver, yet this role demands continuous physical, emotional, and social effort. To handle these demands, caregiver really coping and resiliency, psychological resources that help them adapt and maintain well-being under stress. Therefore, this study aims to synthesize evidence on how coping and resiliency function among caregivers of individuals with chronic illness. Okay, no. This is a research method. This meta-analysis was conducted following the PICO participant intervention or exposure, comparison, and output. In this study, the participants were caregivers of people with chronic illness, and then the intervention of exposure focused on coping related to resiliency, and the main outcome examined was resiliency. For step one, which search strategy and data sources, the data collection was conducted from March to April 20 and 25, took several electronic databases and one gray literature sources. We use a combination of keywords such as family caregiver, coping, resiliency, and chronic illness. The database includes Web of Science, PubMed, Scopus, EBSCO, Spingerling, Terrell and Francis, and Sex Journal. Along with Google Scholar with for gray literature. This board search ensure that we convert both highly cited and emerging research related to coping and resiliency among caregivers of people with chronic illness. And then step 2, which is eligibility criteria and article selection. After collecting all search results, we first check for duplicate articles using the Zotero application, and then the process continue with title and abstract screening conduct independently by two reviewer using the Ryan AI application to ensure objectivity. The selected for full text article were reviewed based on inclusion and exclusion criteria that followed by PICO framework. Okay, focusing on this study involved caregiving of people with chronic illness with coping and resiliency as the main variable. As shown in disease prisma flowchart, the initial search identified over 1,600 records, but after screening and eligibility assessment, only 10 studies meet the inclusion criteria and were included in the final meta-analysis. Okay, this is data extraction in the step 3. This meta-analysis followed the PICO framework. Participants were caregivers of people with chronic illness. The exposure was coping, and the outcome was resiliency. We share from March to April to 20 and 25 using keyword related to caregiving, scoping, and resiliency and chronic illness. That then the step step 4, quality assessment. Next, duplicate article were removed using Zotero, and screening was reduced. I'm sorry. Step 4. Step 4 is quality assessment. The research assess the quality, the center content of each article found based on the appraisal tool for cross-selection section studies with axis guideline. There are 5 articles with 100% and 2 articles with 95% and 2 articles with 75% and 1 article with 70%. Okay. And then this is a research method in the step 5. And in the step 5 is data analyze. In this meta-analysis, use several types of tests, namely effective size testing, heterogeneity testing, and publication bias testing using the Jamovi for Windows application to explore the relationship between coping and resiliency. Okay, this is our result in the based on forest plot. After the selection process, 10 studies published between 20 and 15 until 20 and 25 were included in this meta-analysis. The forest plot show a combined effect size of 0.5 with a 95% confidence interval from 0.31 to 0.69. This result indicate positive relationship between coping and resiliency among caregiver of people with chronic illness, meaning that better coping strategies are strongly associated with higher resiliency. And then this is the final plot. As we can see, the plot display asymmetrical distribution of point, which suggests that there is still a potential risk of publication bias in this meta-analysis. However, the overall pattern remain acceptable, meaning that the main findings are still considered reliable and valid. Okay, this is Cook distance analysis. The highest value is 0.25, which is still below the threshold of 1.0. This means there are no outlier studies in this meta-analysis, so all 10 studies were retained for the final analysis. Okay, this is a discussion. The result of the meta-analysis show that coping is positively and significantly related to resiliency among caregiver of people with chronic illness. Effective coping help caregiver manage psychological stress, stay emotionally stable, and remain optimistic about the patient condition. Overall, there was some variability is effect size and confidence interval influenced by article quality and sample size. Article will higher quality scores products a stronger and then consistent result, while some lower quality study, particularly from Indonesia, show whether confidence interval due to limited data and smaller samples. Nevertheless, the finding consistently confirm that coping and resiliency are closely linked and are essential for caregiver well-being. In my summary, in this meta-analysis shows that coping has a positive and significant relationship with resiliency among caregivers of people with chronic illness. However, the findings should be interpreted continually due to high heterogeneity and possible publication bias. The limited number of studies include also weakness the overall strength of the evidence. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mbak Akta, for a very interesting presentation. But our time is already finished for the Q&A session. I hope that's okay for
I'm
you.
sorry,
No,
I'm
it's okay.
taking
It's very
along
unfortunate we
the
cannot
session.
have this Q&A session, but I think maybe the other participants can send you an email if they want to collaborate or want to ask some questions. But thank you so much for the
Thank
presentation,
you.
Mbak Akta. I hope you have a nice day. And I think we still have Ade Siti Mariam. Do we still have her, or we can move to the next speaker? Okay, okay. The next speaker will be Mbak Anggita Sari Dewi, but I think I'm gonna wait for Mbak Ade Siti Mariam. Okay, Mbak Anggita dulu ya. Oke. Oke, Mbak Anggita Sari Dewi with the title of her presentation is AI powered role play simulations for leadership competency development. Mbak Anggita, your time is 9 minutes for your presentation and then followed by Q&A for 3 minutes. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderators. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity. My name is Anggita. I'm a development specialist from Telkom Indonesia. Today, I will share our research on AI-powered role-play simulations for leadership competency development. So our research members consist of all HR practitioners. Thank you. As this slide shows, leadership competency development is vital in today's fast-changing business world. In leadership development program, we usually use role-play simulations as a tool of experiential learning. So in traditional methods, we often use human role players, and it's may face scalability difficulties like high cost and also lengthy for briefings. In version 2023 also notes that AI enables scalable, consistent simulations in talent management. And another research also add that AI roleplay triggers targeted behaviors in interactive scenarios, also stimulates skill and competencies like decision making and also communications. But today, however, the empirical evidence on real world efficiency and also acceptance is still scarce. So that's our research gap in this development of AI-powered role-play simulations. So diving into the role play in talent development, the left side highlights the challenge with human role players, like high cost for the projects, also time-consuming process, limited scalability from availability constraint, and also inconsistent feedback maybe due to subjective interpretations, and so causing unequal treatment between participants. So we propose the AI-powered role-play simulations that creates immersive, scalable, also personalized training. So the participant can interact with AI characters that also simulate realistic workplace behaviors and also emotions. And participants interact in real time via chat at convenient times, receiving instant and also guideline-based feedback. So we think that this kind of technology also revolutionize the training and also development technology. So this is the visuals that we developed the technology. On the left, this is the preparation stage of the chat-based platform where participants can read the scenarios, read the problems, and also set up the scenarios. And after that, on the right side, so the participants can do the interaction with AI. In this case, AI act as coordinates, and participants can engage with the AI, which they can respond dynamically, mimicking real workplace situations. So it makes training or learning more flexible and also accessible. In addition, after the interactions, for this initial technology development, participants do the self-review, self-evaluations about the competencies which are stimulated during the AI interactions. So for our research objective, first, we want to assess efficiency gains in cost, time, and also human resource, comparing to the traditional methods using human role player. Secondly, we want also to evaluate the user or participants' acceptance via technology acceptance models. And third, of course, we want to explore more about AI's role, bridging the theory and practice in talent development. So hopefully this can prove AI potential in talent development in the future. So about the research methodology, we divided into two main parts. For efficiency, we conducted a desktop analysis comparing AI-powered role-play with traditional role-play simulations, covering financial costs, time efficiency, and also human resource utilizations. And for user acceptance or participants acceptance, we use quantitative methods via a questionnaire based on technology acceptance model, Likert scale from 1 to 5. And also we add open-ended feedback on challenges and suggestions for the next development. The technology acceptance models includes 4 dimensions. First, perceived usefulness, and then perceived ease of use, and then attitude toward using, and the last one is behavior intention to use. And we, as defined by Van Kates and Davis from 2000. For the participants, were 36 middle-level managers in telco company during a competency training or development. We conduct this research in June 2025. So the scenario is the participants must finish the simulations as a journey in their experiential learning. So it's a just one part in their development journey. So we move to the result. First is efficiency calculations. It maybe depends on the every organization's the calculations, but this is what we found in our organizations. So the efficiency calculations reveal tangible benefits. Financially, we can save around 58 million rupiah per month by eliminating human role player. And for time efficiency, we found that we can save around 480 minutes per month by removing briefing sessions, only the briefing sessions for human role players. And also we can saw 100% reductions in dependency of external role player. So we can reallocate our resource to other tasks. So it's maybe beneficial for resource-limited organizations. And move to the user acceptance, the technology acceptance model's result also show high mean score in perceived usefulness, and then for perceived ease of use, it's very high, and also participants show positive attitudes in using the technology. And for behavior intention to use, it score moderately high with standard deviation indicating consistency. So for the qualitative or open-ended feedback, we also see the positive opinion from the participants, like it's engaging, it's innovative, fun, etc. But we also see they also get the challenge from the technology. They feel it's still lack of naturalness, and also the AI won't stop questioning. So it's kind of they get endless loop. And for overall sentiments, they see the positive attitude. This is good for training, but still mixed opinion if it used for assessment purpose. So for development, for training, for practice, they kind of like it. In the discussions, efficiency aligns with AI scalability in simulations, mitigating constraint in resource-limited organizations. Also, thumb result support positive attitudes, but behavior intention to use still highlights the need for more extensive integration training in the technology. So the qualitative feedback also echo this result. The technology still have kind of robotic feeling and also loops, and the lack of emotional depth. So but this AI technology, I think it's kind of transformed the leadership training into agile, realistic practice with unpredictable scenarios. But also, however, the feedback reveals also gaps in human-like nuance, aligning with calls for hybrid model in human resource technology.
Mbak
This
Anggita,
is,
I'm so sorry
yeah,
to interrupt you, but your time is up. So, but I
okay.
believe you're already in your discussion, and probably the next will be conclusion. Please
Okay.
give a simple wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. For the summary, so AI-driven role-play demonstrates strong potentials in enhancing efficiency and achieving high level of user acceptance within leadership competencies development initiative. So overall, it represents a promising approach for leadership development. But for a practical standpoint, we can refine the technology with more interface design, user experience, and etc. So thank you for the opportunity. This is our contributor for the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Anggita. I believe we have one question from the audience. I will give this opportunity or one question. Do you have one question? Maybe Manda, you want to ask something? Okay, do you want to ask? Okay, my question is very simple. But Anggita, what is the biggest challenge from running this study?
I think the biggest challenge is the development of the technology itself. We must create the right prompts to make the the simulations are engaging for the participants, and also the participants can feel comfortable chatting with AI, and also perform their stimulates their behavior, especially leadership competencies during this training. So we hopefully they can gain insight from the simulations, and then can practice it in real world. That's maybe the most challenging parts in developing this research, and also developing this technology.
Yeah, thank you. But I believe, I think there will be much more, further interesting research following this one. Thank you so much, Mbak Anggita, for your
Thank you.
presentation, for the insight. Let's give a round of applause. And have a nice day. And next we will have Mbak Anissa Putih Kusnadi, who will also present online. Mbak Anissa Putih Kusnadi with her presentation title, Self-Efficacy and Psychological Wellbeing in Undergraduate Students, a Meta-Analysis. Mbak Anissa, the screen is yours.
Okay. Uh, Sorry. Wait. I think I lost my PPT version. Is it okay with this?
With this PDF, yeah, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's
Okay.
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 Your presentation time is 9 minutes.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Anissa Putih Kusnadi from Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. Now I will present our research about self-efficacy and psychological well-being in undergraduate students, a meta-analysis. The background is the number of undergraduate students has increased globally 100 million in 2000, 181 million in 2010, and 256 million in 2022. Central and Southern Asian compared to Europe and North America is more increased. Okay, undergraduate students have various social and psychological challenge. In social challenge, like experience racial and ethnic discrimination, high dropout rates, and then in psychological challenge like academic pressure, financial difficulties, time management difficulties, limited resources per group communication, heavy curriculum, and assignment workloads. So all various social and psychological challenge make undergraduate students impact on mental health and psychological well-being. More than 60% of students experience mental health problems globally, like depression, anxiety, and stress. And then Another issues are suicide ideation, and then suicide attempts, suicide desire, suicide planning. And in psychological well-being, we can see that many of them difficulties in adapting, establishing relationship with peers, faculty members, and authorities, as well as experiencing personality issues and lower quality of life. So many factors can be determinant of psychological well-being, but it is study. We choose one factor frequently examined in psychological well-being is self-efficacy. Why? Because correlation studies on self-efficacy and psychological well-being among university students, especially in undergraduate students, have been conducted in various empirical settings, but they report different levels of significance, measurement instruments, and participant characteristic. We think that a meta-analysis is required to quantitatively determine the strength of the relationship between self-efficacy and psychological well-being among undergraduate students. To date, no meta-analysis have specifically evaluated this relationship in undergraduate population. Previous meta-analysis examined the link between self-esteem and psychological well-being in the general population, and then self-esteem and self-compassion in relation to psychological well-being in the general population too. And another one is social support in psychological well-being among adolescents. So what is psychological well-being and what is self-efficacy? So psychological well-being is defined as an individual's condition characterized by positive functioning across multiple aspects of life, including social relationships, self-regulation, personal growth, and meaning in life. And then what is self-efficacy? Self-efficacy is refers to individuals' belief in their ability to cope effectively with challenge or situation in a comprehensive manner. So we conduct two research aims. First, to examine the effect size of the relationship between self-efficacy and psychological well-being among undergraduate students globally, including heterogeneity and potential publication bias. And then the second is to identify potential moderators of psychological well-being in undergraduate population, such as sociodemographic variables. So, we use Prisma 2020 for the guideline, and then we use PECO framework. Population is undergraduate students, exposure is self-efficacy, no comparison, and the outcome is psychological well-being. So for the inclusion criteria are undergraduate students, quantitative methods, and cross-sectional design, self-efficacy and psychological well-being instruments with non-psychometric properties, and then showing the correlation coefficient or R between self-efficacy and psychological well-being. Other information such as odds ratio, TF, or beta can be considered by converting the correlation coefficient or raw R in psychometrica.com. And then English language in between 2015 to 2025, and then peer review and grade literature articles such as proceeding thesis or dissertation, and no culture limitation. And exclusion criteria are postgraduate or doctoral students, non-empirical studies, and then not describing psychometric properties, and don't report R, odds ratio, TF, or beta values for two variables, and then not using English and beyond the period of 2015 until 2025. Okay, so we use 7 databases. 5 are databases like Web of Science, Scopus, PubMed, ERIC, EBSCOhost, and 2 Grey Literature, IEE Explore, and Google Scholar. And then for search strategy, we use undergraduate students, higher education student, university student, college students with Boolean technique, node, and postgraduate students, and self-efficacy and psychological well-being. So duplicate articles were removed using Zotero, and then 3 reviewers conduct the screening process using the Rayan AI application. Because all the studies are cross-sectional design, so we use appraisal tool for cross-sectional studies axis by Donis et al. 2016 for risk of bias assessment. And then for effect size, like I said before, that we use correlation coefficient or R, or odds ratio, TF, or beta were considered if the values could be converted into correlation coefficient or R. So in this study, we use a random effects model with a 95% confidence interval. Why? Because we think that there are so many variation in the between the studies. And then synthetic method, we use heterogeneity analysis, publication bias assessment, effect size estimation, sensitivity analysis, and moderator variable analysis with Jamoviv software. So we use sensitivity analysis, like we compare about fixed effect model and the random effect model, and then we compare moderate and low risk of bias in every studies. And then for publication bias assessment, we use funnel plot analysis and fail-safe and test. So the results shows that there are 12 studies from 100 to 630 participants with publication years from 2015 to 2025. 9 studies were conducted in non-Western countries, while 3 were carried out in Western countries. 3 instruments most frequently identified are RIF psychological well-being, for psychological well-being, and for self-efficacy is General Self-Efficacy Scale by Schweitzer and Jerusalem. And then for risk of bias assessment results shows that 10 studies were classified as having low risk of bias because more than 60%, and 2 studies demonstrate moderate risk of bias in 60%. Okay, so the results shows that these findings suggest a robust and statistically positive significant relation between self-efficacy and psychological well-being. But the result of heterogeneity analysis shows that the I quadrate is 78.96%, which is more than 75%, suggesting that the observed effects were not entirely homogeneous and were likely influenced by contextual or characteristic difference among the included studies. So pooled effect size shows that R is 0.53 should not be interpreted as a definitive conclusion given the substantial heterogeneity indicated by the height of I quadrate statistic more than 75%. So nevertheless, this 95% prediction interval demonstrate that the direction of the relationship remained positive across all studies, although the magnitude of the effect varied. Therefore, it is essential for to further investigate the source of heterogeneity through subgroup meta-analysis using potential moderator variables. Okay, so this is the results of publication bias. We can see that the VELSAF N was 4.730 value, suggesting that the findings of this review are highly robust as it would require 4.730 unpublished null result studies to overturn the current result. And then for the final plot, we can see that the final plot displayed a slightly asymmetric pattern, as some studies were positioned outside the funnel and unevenly distributed, indicating the potential presence of publication bias. And then we use many moderators in our study, but
Mbak Anissa,
yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up. So it will be really helpful if you can wrap your presentation, probably after this like, a little bit of conclusion. Thank you.
Okay. So in the moderator, we can conclude that no moderator significant in our study. So the conclusion is the finding indicate a positive and significant relationship between self-efficacy and psychological well-being with high heterogeneity, suggesting that the average effect size cannot be generalized. And then subgroup moderator analysis revealed that country and self-efficacy reliability reduce heterogeneity and increase R quadrate, although p-value indicate not non-significance. And then the implication is higher education institutions can enhance students' psychological well-being by strengthening self-efficacy through training, psychoeducation, and other preventive programs. And for future direction, we suggest that meta-analysis on postgraduate students with more complete data to enhance the validity of effect size estimates. And this means meta-analysis didn't examine subgroup gender proportion as a moderator due to limited information. Thus, future studies may consider this moderator. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunities.
Thank you, Mbak Anissa. And let's give a round of applause. And we still have, I think, 1 to 2 minutes for a Q&A session. Do we have a question? Billy, please. Please take the microphone and deliver a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Billy. Thank you so much for your presentation. I was just wondering, this is a very nice and thorough meta-analysis. I know how difficult it is to do a meta-analysis. Well, my question is basically, we know that like in psychological well-being, you have different dimensions. You have 6 dimensions there. And I believe that your meta-analysis is doing it for like the general psychological well-being. But I was just wondering, did you check with the relationship between like the self-efficacy and each of like the dimensions? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for a nice question. Okay, so no, I don't check in every dimension of psychological well-being. Why? Because I don't found the studies in my meta-analysis shows that relation to each dimension. So I think that's maybe that's our research limitation like that because not all studies do correlation in self-efficacy in each dimension of psychological well-being like that.
Okay, Billy, do you have any follow-up question?
And
Okay.
and realize that that our limitation like that.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Anissa, for your presentation and your answer. Have a nice day. And now we're moving on to our next speaker. It will be Mbak Ardiana Meilinawati.
Yes,
Mbak
good
Ardiana,
afternoon, everyone. Can you
are
hear
you
my
ready?
can you hear my sound, my voice clearly?
Yes,
Ah,
very
yeah, okay.
clear. Thank you, Mbak
Okay,
Ardiana.
thank you.
Please share your screen,
Yeah.
your PowerPoint slides for your presentation titled Remission of Schizophrenia with CBT for Psychosis as a Syndrome. The screen is yours. Your time for presentation is 9 minutes.
9 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ardiana Meinawati. You can call me Dina. I'm one of the clinician scientists at Indonesian Psychological Healthcare Center in Jakarta, Indonesia. Today, I'll be presenting a case involving the treatment of patient with schizophrenia and severe OCD using cognitive behavioral therapy for psychosis, or we call it CBT. Okay, I like to acknowledge that this case wasn't handled by me, and this case was also written in a group. And I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Phil Edo SJ MPSC Psikolog, Krianggano Frianto MPSC Psikolog, and Cindy Emanuel MPSC Psikolog for their significant contributions in this case. On behalf of the writing team, I would like to thank the patient too for his invaluable participation in this case. Okay, a little bit background on this case. We know that several studies have shown that CBTP is effective in reducing psychotic symptoms. Psychotic symptoms rarely occur in isolations, and CBTP generally emphasizes treating psychotic symptoms separately. However, targeting factors other than the psychotic symptoms themselves, such as hallucinations or delusions, can also show improvement. And this case will illustrate you how CBTP was used to target comorbidities, which resulted in significant improvement in the patient's condition. So we're talking about the case of Bona. He is an unmarried businessman born in 1976. At the time, in the intake session, he complained of difficulty controlling, remembering his expenses, including making decisions in a panic situation. We also administered the screening questionnaire, the PHQ-1, and we found that Bona condition was consistent with depressive symptoms. Not only that, further evaluation using the clinical interview based on the ICD-11 diagnostic criteria was also administered, where other symptoms were identified. As can be seen on the screen, he had obsessive symptoms of worry about losing money due to perceived lack of control in spending. It also showed that he had compulsive checking, such as monitoring stock investments every 30 minutes. And the clinical interview also revealed that Bona exhibited symptoms of psychotic, such as hallucinations, auditory hallucinations especially, and grandiose beliefs in unique inner or mental power, which led him to the social withdrawal. The further clinical assessments were also administered using several measurement tools, such as Y-box, to know the level of OCD, and it was found that the patient met the score of extreme OCD. The psychotic symptoms also assessed using two measurements, the CAPE-4 screening in the general population, where the patient scored 1.85 on the positive symptom scale, meeting the clinical severity cutoff for positive symptoms of schizophrenia. And the CIRAT score also administered, where the patient met the score of 11 for hallucinations and 10 for delusion. So based on these assessments, including the clinical interview and the questionnaire, The working diagnosis of this case is schizophrenia comorbid with depression and OCD. Okay, for the treatment plan, we use the CBTP, consisted of 99 sessions, each lasting approximately 1 hour. The dosage was given once or twice a week, depending on the patient's condition. Then the techniques used focus on comorbid symptoms, as I stated before, because we want to show you how the CBTP focusing on the comorbid symptoms work in this case. So we use the behavioral activation to help reduce the depressive symptoms, where the patient was asked to do specific tasks, such as expose himself to sunlight for 10 minutes daily, or it can be combined with light physical activities such as walking. And the OCD symptoms itself was also treated by the exposure and response prevention, or we call it ERP, to reduce compulsive and anxiety-driven behaviors, such as response prevention, where the patient were asked to observe stocks without immediate action, delay his selling response for at least 2 hours, and distract himself during distress using grounding activities. Not only that, the patient was asked to track things to increase his insight and awareness about his own conditions, such as track things like the intrusive thoughts regarding the past and bring awareness of recent spending habits. So as we can see from the result, there was a significant improvement in Y-box score from extreme to moderate level. And interestingly, the CBTP, which focused on comorbid symptoms, also affected psychotic symptoms, as evidenced by the decrease in CAPE score, as you can see from 1.85 to 0.95. And we also found that the SIDA score also decreased from 11 to 3 for hallucinations and 10 to 6 for delusions. So it can be concluded that CBTP is effective in reducing comorbid symptoms and indirectly impacting patients' psychotic symptoms. It also contributes to the patient's functionality, particularly by increasing his awareness in decision-making and financial management. The implication of this CBTP is that targeting comorbid symptoms can facilitate patients' recovery from psychotic symptoms, and these findings support a syndrome-based approach to psychosis, which emphasizes individualized treatment focused on symptoms. I think that's all for my presentation today. Looking forward to discuss with you all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mbak Ardiana. You still have about 3 minutes for the
Yes.
presentation, meaning that with the additional 3 minutes for the Q&A, you still have more time for a Q&A session. So
Okay.
that's really great. Okay, do you have a question? I will give this opportunity for the audience here. Otherwise, maybe online on Zoom, do we have an online question? Nggak ada ya?
Yeah. We also open all for any suggestion, not only for question.
Yeah, of
Maybe there is
course.
some insight for this case, and it will be beneficial.
Yeah, not only
Yeah.
questions, maybe comments, or maybe any suggestions. Okay, I think I have a question, Mbak Ardiana.
All right, sure.
Well, this is a very compelling case, and from your perspective, do you think what made CBT for psychosis particularly effective in this context?
Okay. Based on my opinion, I think when we're dealing with patients with schizophrenic symptoms or psychotic symptoms, it's a bit challenging, right? Because we are questioning about the symptoms itself regarding the reality. I think when we tend to really focus on that symptoms, it can affect the bonding between the therapist and the patient. So that's why I think when we tend to focus more on the comorbid symptoms rather than the psychotic symptoms itself, it can improve and can help the patient function better than we focus on the psychotic symptoms themselves. So I think that's why the CBTP shows that reducing comorbid symptoms is effective rather than focusing on the psychotic symptoms themselves. I think that's the context for this case.
So it's more, it's not focusing on the psychotic
Yes,
symptoms, but more
yes,
with the other symptoms
yes,
with
and
comorbid.
yes, that's true. We call it the causal factors rather than the psychotic symptoms themselves.
Yeah, I think this is interesting because usually we always try to focus. This is not only for
That's it.
psychosis patients, but
That's
for
it. Yeah.
any context that we focus on the main issue. But actually, we can do lots of things to fix or try to fix the areas outside of the main issue.
That's true. Totally agree.
Yeah, yeah. Do we have another question? No, I think that's a wrap for Mbak Ardiana. Thank you so much for
Okay,
your
thank you so
insightful
much.
presentation
Have a nice
and your
day.
answer. Have a nice day. Let's give a round of applause. And also to now we are moving on to the next speaker, Mbak Christine Hadinata. Also will join us online, but Christine Hadinata, her presentation title is Sexual Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, a case study using exposure and response prevention. Also from Indonesian Psychological Healthcare Center. But Christine, your time is 9 minutes for the presentation, and then we will move on to Q&A for 3 minutes. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine, and I'm from Indopsycare. Today, I will presenting a case study titled Sexual Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, a case study using exposure and response prevention. I'm a first author of this study, and I work together with Nimas and Edujaya as my co-author. Okay, before we begin, I would like to read a disclosure statement. Dr. Pilo Edojaya, Master of Psychology Psychologist, is founder and owner of Indopsycare. Mimas Dewantari, Master of Psychology Psychologist, is a director of research and development of Indopsycare, and also me. Christine Hadinata is a clinician scientist at the Indopsycare who have received compensation from the Indopsycare Center. And the participants presented in this study are a patient at the Indopsycare. Okay, for the acknowledgement, thank you to all patients at Indopsycare. May their courage in seeking help inspire others, and may their experience bring good to all. The has encouraged the clinician scientists at Indopsycare to continue developing service based on the latest scientific knowledge. Okay, the topic I will presenting in this study is a sexual obsession compulsive disorder. Sexual OCD is a subtype of OCD which involves intrusive, repetitive, and unwanted sexual talk followed by compulsive behavior aimed at reducing anxiety. I choose this topic because the literature and the research on sexual OCD are very still limited in Indonesia. And in this case study, I will discuss a patient who was diagnosed sexual OCD, received ERP or exposure and response prevention, and he is achieved full remission. Okay, for the method, this is a case study for a single patient. The OCD diagnosis was based on the ICD-11 criteria. The therapy was conducted online as the patient was living in Singapore. In total, there will have 15 sessions from the initial assessment to the end of the treatment, plus one follow-up session. We use ERP with a variety of techniques, including in vivo exposure, which I explain in more detail in the next session. To measure the severity of OCD, we use a Yale-Brown Obsessive Compulsive Scale or YBOCS at the present and the post-treatment. Okay, for the patient description, the alias used to the patient name is Bimo. First intake date is 16 August 2020. He is 47 years old, male, and he is a private sector employee. The patient first come in Indopsycare is experiencing sudden unwanted sexual talk, such as having sex. He has images having sex with a random man and woman he found attractive. And then the intrusive talk led to the strong urges to masturbate and sometimes up to 4 times a day, but he still didn't feel any relief and satisfaction afterward. This caused him to question, am I gay? And the urges made it difficult for him to concentrate at work. And additionally, the symptoms start to affect his relationship with his wife. Okay, his main concern to understand what the kind of the disorder he was experiencing and to able to the return to a normal life. Okay, as a note, the patient first come from psychology counseling is here in the psychiatry, and during the initial sessions, he was giving the PXQ or the patient heart questionnaire to help identify any mental health symptom. And the screening results show positive indication of moderate somatoform symptom, mild depressive symptom, and mild general anxiety disorder. For the obsession talk arise to include intrusive sexual images, doubt about sexual orientation, sexual fantasies with man skin mind, white skin mind, and woman with large breasts, to perceive fantasies as unusual and never practice with wife. Compulsion behavior carried out to reduce anxiety include masturbation up to 4 times a day, followed by persistent dissatisfaction. And then he has secretly taking photos of attractive men or woman, and he hiring female sex worker for validation of heterosexuality. Okay, for the intervention or management, in the first session, we conduct a clinical interview and administer YBOCS on August 16. Based on the result, the OCD diagnosis was confirmed. According to YBOCS, the patient obsession category into 2 main types. First type is aggressive obsession, such as fear of doing something embarrassing. And a second type is sexual obsession. This includes forbidden or perverse sexual talk, images, on impulses. The content involving homosexuality themes is sexual behavior toward others and aggressive sexual imagery. For the compulsion, the patient reported frequent masturbation, which he used as a way to reduce the tension caused the unwanted sexual talk. He also engaged a mental ritual and a checking called mental ritual. For the example, in when he have an unwanted thought appear, he will continue to fantasy in his mind by imagining different sexual partner, and then he exploring what it might feel like, which made a fantasy interesting, vivid, and make him more uncomfortable. In the checking behavior, for the example, like such as repeatedly questioning whatever he was gay or not. Okay, this is in session 1, in session 1 clinical interview and assessment WBOCS. Session 2 until session 16 include individual ERP session, psychoeducation with her family, terus exposure ERP in vivo, statement imagery, and response prevention to decrease compulsion. And the last session is post-test, and session 17 is follow-up. Okay, for now, I want to tell you about ERP therapy session. For the example, exposure, in vivo exposure, her patient was asked to go to the mall with his family. Exposure statement like the patient every day reads statement porn and enlightenment for reducing the anxiety, and imagery showing image of the white skinned man or woman from Google. For the response prevention example, we have a deny delay technique. For a deny, the goal is reducing the frequency of masturbation. The delay example is delaying masturbation for 10 minutes. This track is if he have unwanted thought, he must do redirecting thought by watching a news or looking a natural object such as a picture or a food. After completely 15 sessions of therapy or of ERP, post-test was conducted by BOCS in 16 session, the patient score is 5. It means that not indicate there were no longer of a sign of OCD. For the additionally, the patient has no longer experienced intrusive sexual talk, stopped masturbating compulsively, and had no more worries about being homosexual, and did not have urges related to taking photo of others. Okay, for a discussion based on a result and discussion, the 15 session of ERP therapy help effectively in managing patients with sexual OCD. But as a takeaway, if a college encounter patients with sexual OCD, it is important to include sessions for family psychoeducation because this help a family understand the patient condition and prevent misunderstanding. However, it's more important to not sign this is a single case design. The finding is cannot be generalized. Further research it with larger sample is needed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbak Christine Hadinata. Oh, perfect timing. And now we're moving on to the Q&A session. 3 minutes. Do we have a question in this room? I think the moderator will ask the question again if we don't have any questions. Do you have a question? No? Okay. Mbak Christine, this is very interesting, a very interesting case study. And there was, you said in the slide that this was an online session. It was a full online session, 17 in total. One is determination. And what were the reasons? Was it because the client, it was the first experience of the client going to a psychologist, so probably this client didn't feel comfortable to meet face to face with the psychologist, or maybe there were other specific reasons? That's the first question. And then the second one, do you also identify the differences of outcomes between online and face to face intervention? With this, oh no, with this specific, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, for the first question, because the patient is in Singapore, so cannot
Okay.
cannot offline session. So with a second question, can you repeat more slowly?
Okay. So it's because this client is in another country. Then okay, that's clear. Thank you, Mbak Christine. Okay, we have a question. Microphone, please.
Hello, Christine. I'm Amin from PLN, and I'm very excited to see your presentations, and very excited also to see the outcomes of your interventions. So my question is that one of the intervention I see is psychoeducation for the family. So how much or how big is the contribution of psychoeducation to the consistency of the outcomes of these interventions? I think it is also important, yeah, to make sure that after the interventions, the consistency of the behavior is stable, right? So is there any big contributions of the psychoeducation to make sure or to guarantee the consistency and the sustainability of the new behavior or new habits of the patient, for example? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. So I think the psychoeducation is greatly influence outcome because knowing the patient condition helps support the patient, and the psychoeducation in psychoeducation session we teach her wife to knowing what the therapy session like, and Because this homework is have like imagery exposure, in which is the patient every time is like to see the picture man or woman, and it can lead a misunderstanding. So it also the wife must know why the therapy session like this gitu. So for the answer, what of course is a great influence gitu. I hope it can help my answer.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Christine. Uh, Thank you for your presentation and your answer. I think it's quite clear. And let's give a round of applause for Mbak Christine. And now we're moving on to the next speaker, Mbak Cindy Emanuela, who will also join us online. Her research presentation is titled Optimal Cutoff of the Indonesian Borderline Symptom List 23 or BSL 23. Mbak Cindy Emanuela, are you ready?
Okay, wait a
Hello.
minute. Yes, hello. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
Very
wait.
clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Your presentation, your time for your presentation is 9 minutes. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me. My name is Cindy Emanuela, and I will be presenting the result of our study titled Determining the Optimal Cutoff Score for the Borderline Symptom List 23 in the Indonesian population. Okay, in this research, I collaborated with two colleagues, Clement Eko Prasetyo and Dr. Phil Edo S. Jaya. Dr. Phil Edo S. Jaya is the founder of Indonesian Psychological Healthcare Center, which is better known as IndoPsyCare. Clement Eko Prasetyo and I are clinician scientists at the same institution and have received compensation from the IndoPsyCare for our contributions to this case presentation and conference. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to Dr. Phil Edo S. Jaya for his guidance and direction on completion of this paper. I also would like to express my appreciation to Clement, Riangga Novrianto, Desi Arianti Dwi Putri for their assistance in data processing, manuscript preparation, data analysis, and data collection. Finally, I would like to thank all the patients of their participation and cooperation in this research. Okay, borderline personality disorder is a complex psychiatric condition that belongs to cluster B personality disorder. People with BPD often struggle with a strong fear of abandonment, whether it's from friends, partners, or family members. They also experience intense emotional instability. For example, they might feel very happy at one moment and suddenly become sad or angry the next. This emotional roller coaster can make daily life and relationships really challenging. And impulsive behaviors are also quite common. Some examples include reckless driving, binge eating, or spending a large amount of money in a short time. This action often happens as a way to cope with strong emotions. Another key feature of BPD is difficulty maintaining stable relationships. People with BPD may have trouble trusting others or might fear being left alone, which can make it hard to build and keep close connections. Because of these complex symptoms, an accurate diagnosis is essential to ensure that individuals receive appropriate treatment and support. While the international clinical and research community has several validated instruments to assess BPD, the availability of culturally relevant and validated tools in Indonesia remains limited. One of the most widely used self-report instruments is the Borderline Symptom List 23 or BSL 23, which was developed by Bohus and colleagues in 2009. as a shorter version of the original borderline symptom list 95. The BSL-23 was designed to measure the severity of BPD symptoms based on individual self-perception and daily emotional experiences. However, its optimal cutoff score has not yet been established for Indonesian population, highlighting the need for further adaptation and validation studies in this cultural context. Establishing a culturally relevant cutoff is a crucial step for improving clinical assessment and strengthening mental health services in Indonesia. Our study aims to fill this gap by determining a culturally relevant cutoff score based on ICD-11 criteria. Okay, here's the method and data analyzed. In this study, we included 323 participants, which is 219 individuals without any current psychiatric diagnosis and 104 individuals who had already been diagnosed with BPD by licensed clinical psychologists. The diagnosis followed ICD-11 criteria and were based on unstructured clinical interview lasting at least 3 hours across 2 sessions. Okay, and here's the okay. Participants with BPD were recruited from an outpatient clinical psychology practice in Jakarta. To determine the optimal cutoff score for the BSL was used receiver operating characteristic or ROC analysis, which is the gold standard for this type of validation study. We then use the Jordan index method to identify the point on the curve that maximize the test overall diagnostic efficacy. And the result, the ROC analysis provided a clear result. Our findings indicate that the optimal cutoff score for Indonesian BSL-23 is a total score equal to or greater than 50 or equivalently a mean item score equal to or greater than 2.17. This cutoff gave us good sensitivity at 78%, meaning it was effective in detecting individuals with BPD. The specificity was 63%, which is acceptable for identifying individuals without the disorder. The overall diagnosis accuracy represented by the area under the curve or AUC was 0.726 according to the conventional standards, and AUC in this range suggests acceptable diagnostic accuracy. Okay, so what do these findings mean clinically? Our results strongly suggest that the Indonesian BSL-23 has strong potential to be a valuable additional assessment tool for clinicians. Its high sensitivity means that it is effective at ruling out the disorder, in this case BPD. In other words, a low score makes BPD less likely. This makes it particularly useful for initial screening in busy outpatient psychiatric clinic settings. A key strength of this study is the use of clinical diagnosis based on the updated ICD-11 criteria. However, we must acknowledge that the generalizability of our finding is limited by our sample, which was primarily drawn from a single specialized clinical practice in Jakarta. Therefore, to strengthen generalizability and further confirm cultural validity, we highly recommend further research with larger and more diverse sample, especially those recruited from primary care setting where the initial screening need is often highest. This will allow us to see how the tool performs in a broader clinical population. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mbak Cindy Emanuela. Please give a round of applause. Now we have this, a cutoff, optimal cutoff for the BSL 23. Do we have a question? We still have about 3 minutes for the Q&A session. Do we have a question from the audience in the room or maybe online in the Zoom? Oh, no question. Okay, while the time is, we still have about 2 to 3 minutes, right, for the Q&A session. Oh, we're having technical difficulty, so actually we still have 2 minutes, I think, for the Q&A session. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question, Mbak Cindy. Why BSL 23? Do you also did you compare with the other questionnaire for borderline symptoms, and why do you think that this is suitable to optimize the cutoff?
Okay. Maybe please allow me to answer in bahasa as I can express it more fluently that way.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So why I choose BSL? BSL merupakan kuesioner yang memang sudah banyak digunakan gitu, dan kalau dilihat memang BSL ini sudah ada pengembangan dari BSL 95, BSL 23, dan dari butir pertanyaannya juga cukup singkat, tapi kalau dari validitas dan reliabilitasnya juga cukup baik, sehingga akhirnya saya memilih untuk BSL 23 yang akhirnya saya pakai gitu, karena memang banyak digunakan juga gitu.
Yeah, it's commonly used. Terima kasih, Mbak Cindy. Thank you so much for your presentation and your answer. Oh, do we still have another question from this room? No, I think we can wrap this session, your presentation. Thank you so much, Mbak Cindy, for your time, and have a nice day. And still from online session, we will have Clement Eko Prasetyo as the speaker. With the research title, The Reciprocal Relationship of Positive Self-Schema and Negative Symptoms, 1-year follow-up study. I believe it's Bapak Clement Eko Prasetyo.
Oke.
Selamat sore.
Selamat sore.
Okay, your time for your presentation is 9 minutes.
Okay.
Pak Clement Eko, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Clement, and today I will present my study with Dr. Edo Sebastian Jaya, with the title is The Reciprocal Relationships Between Positive Self-Schema and Negative Symptoms, 1-year follow-up studies. Okay, for disclosure statement, I will share about that Dr. Edo Sebastian Jaya is the founder of Indonesian Psychological Healthcare Center, and also the data that we used in this study is the part of his dissertation study, and I am the psychologist that receive fees monthly from the Indonesian Psychological Healthcare Center, or Indopsycare. And also I would also say thank you to everyone and to all the participants and the people who have participated in this study, and the people who help this study from the data analysis and the theory. Okay, the first one, let's talk about the introduction. Traditionally, the cognitive model of psychosis is mainly emphasized about the negative schema or negative belief that contribute to the psychosis or negative symptoms. However, the current studies or some recent theories also posits that positive self schema or positive belief about self also contributing differently in development of psychosis or negative symptoms. For the refreshment, this is the model of cognitive model of psychosis from Rector 2000 and 2005. Here, the negative symptoms are at the center, and the four box like low expectancies for pleasure, low expectancies for success, low expectancies for acceptance, and perceptions of limited resources are negative self schema. And the fourth box also contribute to the development of negative symptoms, and vice versa. Negative symptoms also contributed and also make the negative self schemas are worsened. Okay, however, the latest cognitive model from psychosis also posits that decreasing positive self-belief or decreasing positive self-schemas may help to reduce the negative symptoms also. So, these studies wants to examine the temporal relationships between positive self-schemas and negative symptoms because it's very rare the research or the empirical evidence that support the theories that shows positive self-schema predict the negative symptoms. Hopefully, these studies can contribute to development of newest psychotherapy. Okay, the methods we collect the participants 962 participants from US, Germany, and Indonesia, and we use two online questionnaires to measure the positive self schema. We use BCSS, and we use CAPE, Community Assessment of Psychotic Experiences, for measuring negative symptoms that consist of frequency of negative symptoms and the distress level of negative symptoms. Okay, and then we the data collections is 4 times in a year, and then we use analysis from cross-leg panel analysis in SAM, and we use RStudio as a software. And the results, we found that the reciprocal effect between positive self schema and negative symptoms that shows you can see and at the red box that positive self schema can predict negative symptoms, and also negative symptoms can predict negatively the positive self schema in the later time. However, when we analyze by country, we only found the reciprocal effect only at the German sample, not in Indonesia and US sample. Okay, so the discussions, some point that we highlight is the reciprocal effect of positive self schema. We find the reciprocal effect of positive self schema and negative symptoms. It means fostering a positive view of self may help reduce negative symptoms, and also when someone experiencing fewer negative symptoms may in turn allow someone to maintain more positive self schemas. And about the differences in the country or in the culture, we hypothesize the role of self-structure or self-organizations. What is self-organizations or schema organizations. Schema organizations is the term that when the self-schema is the content, such as I am weak, I am worthless. It's the self-schema, it's the self-content. But how the self-schema, how the self-content is organized in our mind, in our cognitive level, it's the schema organizations. Based on research, schema organizations consist of two types. The first one is compartmentalizations. Compartmentalizations happen when someone organize his schema very splitting, such as we have to, okay, for analogy, we have two bookshelf maybe. At the shelf in the left, it consists of negative negative content. I'm weak, I'm unlovable, I'm not good enough. And the right bookshelf is content about the positive attributes about self, such as I'm lovable, I'm good, I'm etc. etc. That's compartmentalization. And the first versus integrative way of organizations, it also have to book shelf, but in each shelf, it consists negative and positive, and here consists negative and positive attributes of self. Maybe it can help to explain about why the differences between populations, between sample, it happened in this study. So for the conclusions is positive self-schema has a general role in developing or maintaining negative symptoms, and the cultural and maybe the cultural context may moderate the relationships between those variables, but it needs further investigations that measure directly the role of culture in this psychosis and in the psychosis study. I think it's enough from me. Thank you for uh, thank you for uh, thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Clement. Perfect timing. Now we have 3 minutes for the Q&A session. Do you have a question here in the room? I think we have for one question. I think this is really interesting about the one of the findings. Probably I missed it, but can you please elaborate on the reciprocal pattern that only happen in Germany samples? Can you please elaborate on that, please? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. The reciprocal in the Germany sample, it how do I explain more? Maybe in the German sample, uh, may I answer in bahasa Indonesia? Maybe
Yes, of course.
it can more easier for me. Okay. Mungkin di German sample ini dikaitkan dengan compartmentalizations and integrative way of organizations of our thinking. Jadi mungkin di German sampel orang-orang Jerman memiliki, itu hipotesis kami ya, hipotesis kami orang-orang Jerman memiliki cara berpikir yang compartmentalizations. Jadi mereka menyusun cara berpikirnya secara sangat berbeda, positif, negatif, dan negatif. Kemudian karena perbedaan struktur ini, menurut banyak penelitian, itu akan membuat mereka lebih rentan terhadap berbagai gangguan atau disorder, seperti major depressions and paranoid distress, dan sebagainya. Maka dari itu, di Jerman ditemukan model reciprocal seperti ini. Ketika positive self-nya teraktivasi, maka itu akan cenderung membuat mereka uh, lebih kuat untuk lebih tahan atau lebih kuat uh, dalam apa dalam lebih kuat terhadap negatif symptoms itu. Karena ketika positif self-nya teraktivasi terlalu kuat di sini, positifnya kuat, maka dia akan lebih kuat juga untuk menahan negatif symptoms. Begitu juga sebaliknya, ketika negatif symptoms-nya lemah, maka dia akan mendukung positive views of self. Seperti itu. Namun, hal itu tidak terjadi di Indonesia dan US. Karena apa? Karena ada dugaan dari kami, karena di Indonesia dan US itu mungkin memiliki cara berpikir yang integratif. Jadi ketika satu set skema ini teraktivasi, yang mengandung positif negatif, itu jadi semacam inkonsisten gitu ya. Jadi sehingga tidak ada relasinya nih dengan negatif symptoms. Karena ketika satu shelf ini teraktivasi semua dan itu mengandung positif saja atau negatif saja, itu dampaknya bisa seperti double dibandingkan integrative way. Kayak gitu. Jadi once positif self-nya nyala atau teraktivasi, maka dia akan sangat membantu untuk mencegah negatif symptoms-nya untuk muncul. Seperti itu mungkin
Untuk
yang bisa saya
Indonesian sama US
jelaskan.
sampel ya.
Yes. Gitu.
Oke.
Mungkin karena ini sesuatu yang for me ini sesuatu yang sangat baru dan skema organizations itu adalah topik yang sangat baru untuk saya pribadi. Saya baru tahu topik ini dari salah satu dosen di UI namanya Mbak Agnes gitu ya. Mungkin ada yang mengenal. Beliau memperkenalkan
saya
saya
tahu.
dengan skema organizations ini, jadi menginspire saya untuk menggunakan itu untuk menjelaskan temuan. Seperti itu.
Okay. Oh, the time is up. Okay, I want to translate this. Just I think in a simple way. I think what you said that the hypothesis here is that German have more strict boundaries in their mental state, differentiate between the positive scheme and the negative scheme, while Indonesian and US samples have this more integrated schemes between the positive and the negative ones. So for German samples, when they are having this positive scheme in a higher level, then it can help to overcome the negative schemes, and the other way around. While for us and for US samples, it doesn't happen like that, because I think probably it's more because of our collectivistic culture, but I don't know. I think that this is going to be much more interesting for further research. Thank you so much, Bapak Clement Eko, for your presentation and clear answer, and have a great evening. And we will move on to another online presentation, Mbak Dita Permata Aditya. Mbak Dita Permata, her research presentation is titled Treating Complex Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder with Combined DBT and NET, a case report of female patient with sexual abuse history. I think we have tons of Indo-Psych psychologists here. Okay, Mbak Dita, your time is 9 minutes for your presentation. The screen is yours.
Okay, it's my first question. Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Dita Permata Aditya. So for this course, maybe I'm also come from Indonesian Indo-Psych. So I will say thank you also for Dr. Jaya for he is the founder and owner from Indo-Psych, and also Riyaga Navrianto MC Psikolog also who also supervise my work, and myself Dita Permata Aditya is the clinician scientist from Indo-Psych and also who was the treatment provider of the case and received compensation from Indo-Psych to join this conference. I also want to acknowledge to all patients of
Dita, I'm so
Indo-Psych.
sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Is this you who shared the screen?
Yes.
Can you please press click the presentation view?
Oh, okay. Okay, for now,
It started. Oh, now it's better. Thank you.
oh
Thank you.
yeah,
Please
okay,
continue.
okay, okay. So I want to acknowledge to all patients from Indosat with their courage in seeking help, inspire others, and also encourage all clinician scientists to continue developing service based on the latest scientific knowledge. Okay, for CPTSD, so I will bring the case about CPTSD. CPTSD is complex post-traumatic stress disorder. This is like the new classification of mental illness in ICD-11. The primary difference from CPTSD and PTSD is the new term like complex, yeah, because CPTSD usually involves prolonged trauma or exposure trauma that repeated from childhood until adulthood. And also the addition of three symptom cluster known as disturbances in self-organization or DSO. Also, the differences from CPTSD compared with PTSD. Recent meta-analysis study have selected to the effectiveness of using trauma-focused strategy combined with distress tolerance and emotional regulation in diverse sample for treating PTSD. But there were also studies, two randomized controlled trials with female childhood abuse survivor demonstrated that DBT, theoretical behavior therapy, combined with trauma-specific exposure-based intervention has shown effective in treating CPTSD. So yeah, there were two studies that explore about the effectiveness of DBT combined with trauma-specific exposure-based intervention to treating CPTSD. Unfortunately, the efficacy of CPTSD intervention for sample, especially the sample with history of sexual abuse in adulthood, has not been researched extensively. Several past studies frequently involve comorbidity CPTSD and other mental illness, especially borderline personality disorder, or only focus cases about childhood trauma. So there were like maybe minimum studies related to the sexual abuse in adulthood setting. So this case study trying to like provide more finding about the sexual abuse that happened in adulthood. So this is the case. The case I bring for this study is the patient name Sarah. She is Indonesian, 24 years old and unmarried. Reason for visit Indosat for the first time that Sarah had re-experiencing the memory of traumatic experience that happened less than 3 years ago. This is like a abuse from a male friend, her male friend, yeah. And she also had difficulties in several area of life functioning, especially in her social relationship and also her studying. And we also we also administer PHQ. PHQ is the patient health questionnaire to screening the mental health condition for the first time. She show screen positive for somatoform and generalized anxiety disorder. Yeah, so this is like type of the anxiety. And then to further assessment, we also giving or administered ITQ, International Trauma Questionnaire. We administered as supporting evidence for CPTSD diagnosis. So this is will support the evidence to know more about her CPTSD condition. And then after I maybe the provider giving the intake interview and also administer ITQ, Sarah show post-traumatic symptoms. Yeah, Sarah experience flashbacks about the event. The flashbacks is like often in a day, like 3 until 4 flashbacks about the traumatic event, and it's like randomly appear. Yeah, even it is about before and after the event about sexual abuse. And also she showed avoidance from the certain area or place related to the event. She also felt nowhere safe, yeah, and always like feeling in danger and high irritability. Also, for disturbances in self-organization, Sarah also had problems in managing her emotions, especially anger. She also had trouble in calming down and also often being angry with her boyfriend. She believed that she like having irrational belief about herself, that she believed that she was unworthy and ungrateful. Also, she had problem in her social relationship, that she did not have close relationship after the event of trauma. Okay, this is the treatment. So the provider in this case will give the or provided the treatment like two main treatment. The first treatment is dialectical behavioral therapy, or we can call it DBT. The skill or techniques that are provided in the DBT were mindfulness, distress tolerance skills, and also emotional regulation skills. This treatment giving in 14 sessions, and also there were like observed process for Sarah in the treatment. That Sarah became less reactive and consistently used mindfulness skill to respond triggers or daily stressor. Also, her flashback about traumatic event became less frequent, and also she can manage her emotions. Yeah, I mean like she became learn about her coping strategies to her emotions. However, she still show high avoidance toward places related to traumatic event after like several sessions on DBT. And then we going to the NET or narrative exposure therapy. NET, the technique we use in NET is lifeline. So the lifeline is constructing chronological life narrative, spanning from childhood to the present, and also Sarah guided to read a lot the specific events of sexual abuse in chronologically way. This happened in overall 5 sessions. And the observed process we found in the treatment that maybe Sarah, Sarah was crying while reading her story in the first session, but she getting stable in subsequent session. Sarah also realized that she wasn't totally powerless, so she like growing the new belief about her situation and about herself in the trauma event, that she actually wasn't so powerless that she believed before. And after 4 sessions of NET, Sarah had less avoidance of the thoughts and less related traumatic events. So she had less avoidance. She become brave to going to the place that that related to the traumatic event. The result also supported by the ITQ. So ITQ is like international trauma questionnaire, yeah, that administered through the therapy sessions. We can see that the compare from the first ITQ and fifth ITQ, that PTSD symptoms decreased gradually from 21 until 3. So the PTSD, so Sarah not met the diagnosis for PTSD. And also for the SO symptoms, disturbances in some organization, that we can compare from the first ITQ with the fifth ITQ, that Sarah become the diagnosis for CPTSD also not met again after in the fifth ITQ from 17 to 0. So
Mbak
for the
Dita,
discussion, yeah.
Mbak Dita, I'm so sorry
Sorry.
to jump in. Just a quick reminder that your time is up, so it would be
Oh,
great for
okay.
you to wrap up your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so this case report demonstrated that the BT combined with NET is beneficial to CPTSD, and maybe for the finding that especially related to DBT techniques including CPTSD is mindfulness skill and radical acceptance to helping Sarah to manage her emotional reactivity, and also for the NET is helping Sarah to gain positive sense of self. So for the reflection, trauma intervention should not just focus on traumatic event, but rather integrate strategies that promote and habituate skills, especially mindfulness. And also mindfulness helping Sarah to make herself to become prepared in trauma exposure session. And also maybe like the main important finding is multi-component intervention remains the recommended approach for treating CPTSD, and also needed further study regarding CPTSD and its intervention, especially only CPTSD alone, yeah, not related to comorbidity to other comorbid diagnosis such as PPD, and focus on adulthood trauma. Maybe that's all. Thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you, Mbak Dita. Now we will have 3 minutes for the Q&A session. I will give this opportunity to the audience in the room. Do we have a question? Or is it gonna be me again to ask the question? I think I'm the favorite. I want to ask questions. Nggak apa-apa ya? Boleh ya, Mbak Dita. Okay, this is a really interesting and special case, and I remember that you said that this client had only a social relationship with her boyfriend, and your main aim in your therapy sessions was more about increasing the mindfulness and decreasing the post-traumatic stress symptoms. What were the reasons for you not to focus on increasing her ability for social relationship or having more social relationship besides her boyfriend? Were there any specific reasons?
Actually, I try to aim for the it's like also being together, yeah. I mean, like, actually, I try to target that for the main or the maybe it's for the main symptoms first, like the CPTSD, like her reactivity toward the triggers, because when she had flashbacks or when she going to the certain area that actually related to traumatic events, she felt safe and she felt in danger. So the first approach is mindfulness, because it's become helping her to easily manage her reactivity. It is like my main target, and for the social relationship, it become like it become going better actually, because when she can manage her activity, she have like also manage her anger, yeah, anger and irritability, so she can build the relationship better. I mean, like after that, after she have like confidence in building relationship with her boyfriend, after that, eventually she become trying to having close relationship with her friends before her friends. Yeah, I mean like her old friends. So it's actually not like my main target, but eventually it also become triggered after after she habitually after she having mindfulness skills.
Sekali mendayung 2-3 pulau terlampaui ya.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This quote is appropriate for this case. Yeah, it's true.
Okay. Mbak Dita, thank you so much for a very insightful presentation and your answer. Let's give her a round of applause and have a great evening. And now we're moving on to our next online presentation. Jessica Gurina. Mbak Jessica? Mbak Jessica, please prepare your slides presentation. Her research title is The Relationship Between AI Chatbot Used for Emotional Needs Fulfillment and Loneliness Mediated by Self-Disclosure in Young Adults in Indonesia. Mbak Jessica, your time is 9 minutes. The screen is yours.
Okay, is my voice clear?
Now we can see it clearly.
Okay, okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Jessica Gurina, a psychology graduate from University of Indonesia. Today, I'll be presenting my research titled The Relationship Between AI Chatbot Use for Emotional Needs Fulfillment and Loneliness Mediated by Self-Disclosure in Young Adults in Indonesia, which is guided as well by Mrs. Glorica Etnadita, or Mbak Keika. This study explores how young adults in Indonesia use AI chatbots to fulfill emotional needs and how that behavior may relate to their feelings of loneliness with self-disclosure, serving as a possible mediating factor. This research is particularly relevant today as conversational AI becomes increasingly embedded in people's daily emotional lives. So I hope you'll find the insight interesting and thought-provoking. Okay, here is the outline of my presentation. Okay, this might look a lot since it's basically background of the research, but bear with me, I will summarize it. So in this study, I focus on young adults. Young adulthood is a developmental stage that involves building independence and forming meaningful relationships, right? So when those connections fail to form, individuals may experience loneliness. Studies show that young adults report some of the highest levels of loneliness globally, including in Indonesia. It can stem from life transition, digital lifestyles, or the lack of emotionally supportive relationships. Persistent loneliness is not just an emotional state. It's also linked to depression, anxiety, and lower overall well-being. In this context, AI chatbots have emerged as an alternative form of emotional support. Their non-judgmental nature allows users to share personal feelings more freely, a process known as self-disclosure. And through this self-disclosure, individuals and process their emotions, feel understood, and potentially reduce loneliness. Okay, this study was conducted because there are still several research gaps, which one of them is because no prior research has tested self-disclosure as a mediating factor between the two within one model, which is between AI and loneliness. So understanding this mediation is crucial to explain how AI chatbot interactions might reduce or increase loneliness. And most self-disclosure studies actually focus on human or social media interactions, not with non-human entities like AI chatbots. So given chatbots' unique characteristics like anonymity, non-judgment, and constant availability, they may provide a safer and more open space for emotional expression. So to summarize this, while previous studies examined chatbot use and loneliness separately, none have tested self-disclosure as a mediator, especially in a collectivistic context like Indonesia. Therefore, the study aims to fill that gap and answer two key questions, like does AI chatbot use for emotional needs fulfillment predict loneliness in young adults? And does self-disclosure mediate that relationship? Before presenting the research model, I'd like to briefly discuss the three main constructs of this study. First, loneliness is understood as a subjective feeling that one's relationships are not satisfying enough, like not just being alone, but feeling disconnected. In here, loneliness is treated as one unified construct. And secondly, AI chatbot use for emotional needs refers to the use of AI systems like ChatGPT or Replica for psychological or emotional support. These chatbots are accessible, anonymous, and always available, making them valuable companions for emotional expression. And finally, self-disclosure means sharing personal information or emotions with another party. In the study, it's viewed as a single unidimensional construct, reflecting how openly individuals express themselves. Self-disclosure can reduce loneliness by providing emotional relief and fostering a sense of being understood. Now, these are findings that suggest an interesting link between chatbot use, self-disclosure, and loneliness, particularly relevant for young adults. And based on these findings, I developed a model examining how emotional needs may predict loneliness, with self-disclosure as the mediating variable. Based on the proposed framework previously, this study examines two hypotheses. First is the duration of AI chatbot for emotional needs significantly predicts loneliness. This explores whether more frequent emotion emotional interaction with chatbots relate to changes in how lonely individual feels. And secondly, self-disclosure mediates this relationship, meaning the impact of chatbot use on loneliness may depend on how much users open up emotionally during these interactions. In short, this study aims to understand not only whether chatbot use relates to loneliness, but also how self-disclosure explains this connection. All right, wait. Okay, for the methodology itself, this study used a quantitative cross-sectional design with highest process model for mediation analysis. And participants were 156 young adults in Indonesia who had used AI chatbots for emotional needs at least once in the last 6 months. Data were collected online using questionnaires, measuring AI use duration, self-disclosure, and loneliness. And the analysis involved multiple regression and mediation testing. Okay, here is the result overview of the research. From a total of 249 initial responses, around 156 participants met the inclusion criteria. Most were female students aged around 22, primarily from West Java and Jakarta. Interestingly, almost all of them use ChatGPT, with some of them using Character AI or DeepSeek, and about 82% of them use chatbots mainly for emotional needs, not just for productivity. And typically following their 24-hour access, quick responses, and non-judgmental nature. And in here, most interacted with chatbots frequently for around 25 minutes per session. And in terms of variables, participants showed moderate levels of both chatbot use and loneliness, and moderate to high levels of self-disclosure. Okay, next, let's look at the main findings. First, the regression analysis showed that the use of AI chatbot for emotional needs significantly predicted loneliness among young adults. The result revealed a positive and statistically significant coefficient, indicating that greater AI chatbot use was associated with higher loneliness levels. Specifically, for every additional hour of chatbot use per week, loneliness scores increased by about 0.664 points. However, when we tested the mediation model, these findings told a more nuanced story. Self-disclosure was found to fully mediate the relationship between AI chatbot use and loneliness. This was evident from direct effect becoming non-significant when self-disclosure was included as a mediator, while the indirect effect remained significant. So, in simpler terms, the findings reveal that using AI chatbots to fulfill emotional needs significantly and positively predicts loneliness among young adults. However, this relationship is purely mediated by self-disclosure, meaning that the longer AI chatbot use leads to higher self-disclosure toward the chatbot, which in turn is associated with higher loneliness scores. So the effect of chatbot use on loneliness is operates through the user's levels of self-disclosure. Okay, so from the discussion, we can see that the longer individuals use AI chatbots for emotional needs, the more they tend to open up or self-disclose. And this openness is actually followed by higher loneliness levels. Features like anonymity, quick responses, and 24-hour access make users feel safe to express themselves. However, unlike real social connections, this kind of self-disclosure doesn't create genuine emotional bonds, which may instead increase loneliness. Chatbots can fulfill informational and control needs, but they can't exactly replace the deep sense of social connectedness or relatedness of human needs. And this effect might be stronger in collectivistic cultures like Indonesia, where relationships are central to emotional fulfillment. Additionally, unmeasured factors such as social support or even survey limitations like self-report or fatigue may have influenced the result. Okay, to sum it all up, here are several recommendations. Methodologically, future studies should control for social support and suggest use longitudinal and or experimental designs and possibly apply mixed methods to better capture user emotional context. And it's also important to improve sample diversity refinement and refine measurement tools for chatbot use and self-disclosure and also loneliness. Practically, there should be more psychoeducation for young adults about both the benefits and limits of AI chatbots. And digital hygiene programs and emotional regulation strategies could also help prevent over-reliance on AI. And finally, collaboration between tech developers and mental health professionals, as well as broader social campaigns, can be encouraged towards healthier and more balanced interactions as well. Okay, now that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attentions. If you have any inquiries about the research, and if there's not enough time for Q&A, feel free to reach me out using this email. I'm sure I'll be more ready to answer them in email anyway.
Thank you, Jessica. Please give a round of applause. This is a very interesting findings. The more you open up with an AI chatbot, the more you will feel lonely. I think, yeah, I think this is really, really important message for us. Do we have a question from this room? Yes, Billy. I can see that you're really curious.
I'm really curious
Yes,
with this.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Jessica. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's very interesting to see that the more you use chatbots means that like you are more likely to be lonely and mediated by the what is it? The self-disclosure. I was just wondering about two things. The first one, could you please explain a little bit like are there any like theories about AI chatbot use? Because I didn't see any citation there, so maybe you can suggest any citation if any. And the second one is, do you think that this means that we need to stop using chatbot because the more we use chatbot means that like it predict our loneliness. So do you think like it's better for us to stop using chatbot for our emotional needs then? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's a valid question, honestly. For the first question, maybe I didn't include any citations, but I could definitely forward it to you later after this presentation's over because I'm sure I put it somewhere in my paper research. And perhaps about the second one, about whether we should still use chatbot AI, maybe for emotional support, because since in this research, it shows that it actually increases loneliness, right? The answer is yes, it's all right to still use them. It's all right to make use of it fully, but just make sure that you're very much aware that chatbot AI cannot replace a human being, and it cannot replace the connectedness that you can get from a human being. And in the long term, if you over rely on AI, you will get the effects of the increase of loneliness, especially if you don't have any good support from real life connections. That's my answer. Your questions.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you so much. Very interesting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you, Billy.
questions.
Thank you, Jessica. I think that's all. Do we have more time for a question? I think we can have more time. Yeah. Okay. One more question, please, Ibu. Yes.
Thank
please.
you. Good afternoon. My name is Sari. Hi, Jessica. I'm from PLN. It is very interesting. I would like to know whether there is a differences between gender. I mean, because the respondent is majority female. Is there any differences between male and female related to the your research? Thank you.
Yes, that is a valid question as well. Since indeed my research, the majority of the participants are female, it would be quite the limitation as well to generalize this research to the population of young adults. And to the question, does this affect it? I would say it's I'm sorry. Well, actually, let me think about this for a bit. Honestly, I think it's because that the prevalence of loneliness in female is rather higher than male, and thus females are more prone to be more open to AI rather than males. It is what I found in previous studies, and it could be linked to why the use of AI and in this study is higher on female instead of male.
Okay,
I think,
yeah.
if I may add something, I think this is also because there are more female. This is a global, according to global studies, there are more female report themselves or willing to report themselves when they feel lonely, when they feel depressed or anxious, while for male participants or male in global, we tend not to report ourselves when we
I
feel lonely,
agree.
or we choose to divert this loneliness to other activities such as physical activities. But not for me. I usually always say that I'm lonely. Thank you, Ibu.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica. Very great findings. Oh, I think we can have one more question. Bapak, do you still want to ask one question?
Yeah, just a comment because pria tidak bercerita. But actually, I want to ask you about your research. How about is there is possibility that personality maybe or maybe the family in the family of your respondents maybe affect that your research maybe someone you have so many respondent, but I don't know that you maybe can you see the differences between them in kind of personality maybe, or maybe like family maybe, the broken home maybe, I don't know, something like that.
Thank you, Bapak. Jessica, if you don't mind, please give a very quick response.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much for the questions. Yes, to address about the family matters or the variables of family members that can affect the research outcomes. I suppose it could, just like peer support or social support. Regretfully, it isn't being added in this research. It's not added as a confounding factor, but I would suggest in the future research it would be added as well, so that we can see if it actually affects what to the loneliness increase or decrease, or to the overall research result. But it is indeed a very interesting variable to look upon.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Have a great evening, and we look forward for your next research. Perhaps you want to continue this. And next, we will have Melati Mulyaning Putri. actually, she will be our last presenter, but we still have another one from another room. Melati, can you hear me? Mbak Melati Aryu
Yes.
Mulyaning Putri. Okay, you have 9 minutes for the presentation, and the screen is yours.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melati Mulyaning Putri from Universitas Indonesia as the first author in this study. We also have another author, this Mbak Stephanie Yuanita Indrasari, also from Universitas Indonesia. Today, I want to present you about our research with the title One Behavior, Different Minds, the moderating role of cognitive flexibility in the relationship between cyberbullying perpetration and maladaptive coping. Okay, first of all, we will talk about bullying or that like any unwanted aggressive behaviors that involve an observed or perceived power imbalance that is repeated multiple times or is highly likely to be repeated. With the rapid advancement of technology, bullying can occur in the digital world, which is known as cyberbullying, a form of bullying that uses electronic forms of contact. And then like someone who conducted or maybe engaged in cyberbullying is referred as a cyber perpetrator. Previous study often focuses on the victim. However, as a perpetrators, cyberbullies may also experience negative psychological and social consequences, which can eventually have harmful effect on themselves. According to Campbell, there are two possible patterns in this situation. When perpetrators become aware that they have caused suffering to the victim, they may experience emotional distress such as depression or anxiety, and also they may deny their action, which can increase the risk of repeated aggressive behavior, which is cyberbullying. Furthermore, according to Kanwal and Jami, being a cyber perpetrator can also lead to negative outcomes, such as social relationship problems and academic performance. Given this impact, individuals who engage in cyber perpetration may adopt certain coping strategies as a response to the stressful situation, or as described by Lazarus Walkman, to a situation that is perceived as exceeding one's resources or capabilities. According to Mayer, there are two types of coping, which is adaptive and maladaptive coping. Maladaptive coping in cyber perpetration. In the context of cyber perpetration, many studies have pointed out that perpetrators tend to use maladaptive coping strategies more frequently, as if they struggle to manage emotional responses, which may lead them to engage in unhealthy forms of venting, higher possibilities to engaging in substance use, and also have a higher tendencies to self-directed aggression, which is like suicidal ideation or maybe to attempt a suicide. So that in this research, we need something that can be a protective factor for this phenomenon, that is cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility is an ability to adapt and adjust one's thinking strategies that encountering new and unexpected situation. According to Dennis and Van der Waal, there is two dimension, which is alternative dimension and control dimension. Alternative dimension is the ability to understand and interpret a problem from multiple perspective. Thereby, someone can generating various alternative solutions. And also in control dimension is about the ability to perceive the situation being faced as something that can manage, or we can control the situation that they face. Why is this variable so important to investigate? According to Gabris, there are differences in how individuals respond to stress depending on their level of cognitive flexibility. Those with higher cognitive flexibility tend to adapt more effectively to stressful situations, so it can reduce the use of maladaptive coping. Furthermore, according to Campbell, in the context of cyberbullying perpetrator, the low cognitive flexibility may result in failure to recognize the potential harm caused by their cyberbullying behavior. so that they struggle to control or manage the problem arising from their own action. Our study proposes these following three hypotheses, which the first, the positive effect of cyber perpetration on maladaptive coping will be weakened by cognitive flexibility. And the second, the positive effect of cyber perpetration on maladaptive coping will be weakened by the alternative dimension of cognitive flexibility, and also with the control dimension. Here is the method that we use. Maybe I will take a note. In this research, we use process model 1 by Hayes, which is typically used in simple moderation. And this is the instrumentals that we use. And also the demographic data of 478 participants. And here is the result from this study. For this section, we can see that our hypothesis 1 and 2 were supported by the data. However, the hypothesis 3 was rejected. This will be explained in the next section. Okay, our first results show that the higher the level of cognitive flexibility, the weaker the positive relationship between cyber perpetration and maladaptive coping. This is in line with Gabris, who stated that higher level of cognitive flexibility can weaken the use of maladaptive coping strategies because they are more capable of recognizing unhelpful thought patterns and disengaging from excessive negative emotional processing. Furthermore, Gao et al. Emphasize that individuals with depressive symptoms tend to exhibit rigid thinking patterns and maladaptive coping strategy. This is in line with the condition of perpetrators who experience stressful situation as a result of their cyberbullying behavior. Nevertheless, with the cognitive flexibility training, individual experiencing depression may be able to reduce the tendency to become trapped in cycle of negative thinking, and also they are more flexible and adaptive in developing strategies, which is part of the alternative dimension of cognitive flexibility. Next, our result shows that the higher level of the alternative dimension, the weaker the positive relationship between cyber perpetration and maladaptive coping. As mentioned earlier, cognitive flexibility enables individual to consider various alternative solutions. So in this section, we will highlight the ability to view situation from multiple perspectives. From the Campbell et al., they said that when individuals are able to consider multiple perspectives, so they will recognize the potential harm caused by cyberbullying. So it will reduce the tendency toward moral disengagement, which is hindered them from the denial as a maladaptive coping. And also, Stavgen et al. Also said that understanding and sharing others' emotions serves as a protective factor against maladaptive coping in the context of cyberbullying. This highlights the effect of empathy, which can promote more adaptive coping strategies and reduce the likelihood of engaging in cyberbullying. And also, lastly, our results show that the control dimension did not moderate the relationship between cyber perpetration and maladaptive coping. This can be explained by the findings of Zhang et al. That both depressed or non-depressed students are capable of perceive the degree of control within a situation. But the crucial role in hindering them from choosing maladaptive strategy is about strategy situation fit, which is they choose strategy that is appropriate for the situation, and also the coping effectiveness, that they can choose strategy that successfully achieve the desired outcome. Therefore, control dimension is not relevant in this context. Given this result, several directions for future research can be considered. First of all, the future studies may explore more specific stress contexts, because in this study, the coping strategy measured could refer to various sources of stress, even those that were not necessarily related to cyberbullying. Second, it can also expand participant beyond Java Island, so it could enrich cultural understanding. And also we can use longitudinal or qualitative design so it can provide deeper insight into how cognitive flexibility and coping interact over time. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you for the attention. Here's the references that we use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melati. I would really love to give a Q&A session, but unfortunately, we are really running out of time. I'm so sorry. Is that okay? I hope it's
Yeah, it's
okay
okay.
for you. Okay, thank you, because we still have another additional presenter for this session. Thank you so much, Melati. Have a great evening. And for the last speaker, please give a round of applause for Julius. Oh, I'm having it. Julius Stefanus Sibagariang with the title Indigenous Psychology at the Cognitive Frontier, Lessons from Dayak Ngaju for Ethical Brain-Computer Interface Development. Bapak Julius, your time for your presentation is 9 minutes. The screen is yours.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. My name is Julius Stefanus Sibagariang. My paper title is Indigenous Psychology at Cognitive Frontier, Lesson from Dayak Ngaju for Ethical Brain-Computer Interface or BCA Development. Good afternoon all, distinguished colleagues, researchers, and participants of this conference. Today I will like to invite us to step into a unique borderline. We know that our world today is entering a new revolution in the relationship between human and technology. There are a rapid advancement of brain-computer interface or BCA technology blurs the line between human cognition and machine. Initially designed for medical therapy, BCI now extends to entertainment, virtual reality, and commercial application. That is this expansion raise deep ethical and psychological dilemma like who owns our mental data, how does free will survive in a programmed mind, what happened to identity and consciousness when thought become data, like this is the problem. Then the pace of innovation is speed problem outpace ethical reflection and regulation according to Lenza and Adorno. Existing framework in Western neuroethics remain individualistic and mechanistic, often neglecting relational, ecological, and spiritual dimension of human experience. There is an urgent need for holistic and culturally grounded ethical perspective that will such found in Dayak Ngaju philosophy, which view mind, nature, and spirit as an interconnected world. Okay, then there are literature review that is global neuroethics and BCA studies that this main points. Rapid growth of BCA and neurotechnology raise ethical and psychological challenge. Existing studies focus on like the data privacy and neurosecurity. It is from Lensa. Then cognitive liberty and user autonomy, responsible innovation and framework. Ethical framework remain rooted in Western liberal biotic, emphasizing individual right, privacy, and autonomy. Neglect relational, ecological, and spiritual dimension of human identity. We can search this from Lensa and Eselager. Again, that's our gap research. That's most global neurotic research focus on Western context, limited integration of non-Western or indigenous psychology. Previous cultural studies emphasizes Confucian ethic, African Ubuntu ethic, such as ASEAN indigenous perspective, especially from Indonesia, are rarely explored. No systematic framework linking in the indigenous psychology with neurotechnology ethic. That is my opinion. Then my study contribute to interrogating Dayak Ngaju philosophy, psikologi, keharingan kosmologi, Daramula Lape, Ruhui Rahayu, proposing a neuro-sustainable ethical model based on holistic, relational, and care-oriented psychology breaking an indigenous wisdom with contemporary neurotic to humanize basic innovation. My research method is that this study use a critical qualitative approach based on literature review. That is method was chosen to explore in depth the ethical and anthropological dynamic of the development brain computer interface VCA technology and its relevance to cultural perspective of the Ngaju Dayak. That is my method. What is a brain computer interface or BCI? That is first question. Yeah. A brain computer or machine interface is a system. It's a system that translates a brain activity into computer control signal, connecting the brain directly to a machine without the intermediary of muscular system or peripheral nervous. Examples of current capabilities is like interpreting inner speech, reading human imagination and intention. Uh, like the decoding imagination and enabling paralyzed individual to move prosthetic limbs or time without alone. From a physiological perspective, basically it transforms how we define the mind. The mind is no longer a private, invisible space. It becomes a visible file of data. We are entering that I call the cognitive frontier, where the boundaries between self, thought, and technology are being redefined. The mechanism of BCA involves four major components. That is recording brain signal. BCA activity is recorded via electrode brain signal analyzed with pattern recognition algorithm result and are translated into command for this phase. Example, moving a cursor while care or writing text with your mind like this. Psychologically, this system represent transform motion of mental intention into physical action. It connect what psychology call the chain of the thought, intention, and behavior. However, this also raises a deeper question. If thought can be externalized and by machine, what remain private about the human mind? Like is the foreman component, data input, data processing, device output, operational and protocol, that is a thought, intention, and behavior. There are two main technology make BCE possible. Uh, electroencephalography and functional MRI. That is record EEG records voltage difference between brain across to visualize real-time neural activity. And then fMRI measure blood oxygenation change to identify active brain regions. Based on bold contrast, measure change in blood oxygenation due to brain activity, 3D visualization of activity brain area. This tools allow modern psychology to map emotion, intention, and memory. Yet, from a cultural, psychological point of view, this approach is highly mechanistic. It measures the brain as an object, not the mind as a relational meaning. And this is precisely where indigenous psychology become vital. That is neural decoding. Yes, this image illustrates a simple representation of the neural decoding process, the translation of neural signal during visual simulation. First, the subject brain activity while viewing a specific image is recorded using neuroimaging tools. The resulting brain pattern is then matched to the particular image being viewed at the moment. The data collected is subsequently fed into an artificial intelligence algorithm. Throughout this process, the program is trained using the data thereby building the necessary database. Next, the subject is shown image they have never seen before. The generative AI algorithm then compare the now brain pattern it received with those already stored in the database. Finally, the algorithm produce an output based on the previously recorded neural data most similar to the new pattern. In short, the AI algorithm chooses what the subject is seeing at that moment. In other words, it is as if the AI is reading their mind. It's important to note that although humans have limitation in interpreting the language of the brain, deep generative models are not constrained by such boundaries, especially when identifying highly detailed features. This model excel at recognize pattern when provided with sufficient data. Consequently, the generative approach offers a far more detailed means of translating neural activity than previous method.
Mas Julius,
Okay.
this is a very great presentation, but I'm afraid that your time is up. So if it would be really, really helpful if you can wrap your
Okay.
presentation up
Okay.
for the
Thank you.
next 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that this is ethical challenge and risk. Okay, that is interrogation of psychology and local wisdom. The main principle of in the Daya Ngaju is Karingan and the ritual of Balians Bawa Daya Ngaju for ethical consideration for BCI. That is like yes holistic interconnected ethic of caring, cosmic balance and harmony, intergenerational responsibility, communal welfare. Okay, okay, okay. That is a car ethic basic compass from Dayang Ngaju. Again, then toward a neuro-sustainable BCA development. Who owns a mind data? That is the question. What are the moral limits of reading the human brain? Comprehensive ethical assessment, fair access and benefit sharing, intercultural dialogue, and collaborative with indigenous community. Reservoir ethics, that creating a two-player relationship between scientists and communities based on mutual learning aspect. That this compass suggests that ethical BCA development must follow not only cognitive logic but also psychological care and cultural wisdom like this. Okay. That and then that is my conclusion. That is from the dialogue between neurotechnology and Ngaju psychology, we learn that the mind is not merely a network of neurons. It is a network of meanings and relationship. Therefore, ethical BCE development must safeguard psychological dignity, the integrity of inner life, and then promote mental well-being rather than control. Finally, foster ecological and spiritual consciousness as part of cognitive design. The future of neurotechnology depends not on how well we can decode thought, but on how deeply we understand the human mind as a relational. As I summarize this reflection, I would like to leave one simple yet profound statement that is uh, that technology without soul will lose its direction, but soul without the technology lost the opportunity to nurture life. Thank you very much for your attention. The indigenous psychology of Dayangaju remind us that to understand the brain is also to understand the soul, and that ethical technology must always serve the flourishing of human life in harmony with nature and the spirit of the earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mas Julius. Unfortunately, we cannot have another Q&A session, and I hope that's okay for you. Have a great evening. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today for presentation. Ngos-ngosan ya gue. So, I hope you all have gained insights for today's presentation. And for you who want to go back to Art Hotel, there is a shuttle bus that is already waiting for you. I think it's in the lobby. It's in the lobby. So you can walk directly to the lobby and go to this shuttle bus. Thank you so much. Have a great evening and see you tomorrow.